Getting started. Okay. Sorry, just trying to remember how to do everything. Oops. Okay. I got the music, of course. No, it's mute. Okay. Open this up in my here. So. Okay, and I probably need to turn down the music a little bit. I've been needing to recently I had to basically turn up the general volume on my computer because there's so much background noise. Hold on, I forgot to move the mic forward. So, all right. So hopefully you guys should be able to hear me crystal clear. But yeah, anyways, let's head over to this screen. All right. Hello, everybody. It's me, Varya the Brooding Ghost. Thank you for coming to my stream today. Hold on a second. Sorry. All right. I always forget something. All right. Yep. It's nice to see you all today. Sorry. Trying to like make my head kind of like face here a bit naturally because I usually turn my models a little bit for the art streams. But yeah, so I hope you're all doing good. Hello, it's me, Varya the Brooding Ghost. Thank you for coming to my stream today. I hope you're all doing well. Today I am going to continue making art fight references. So this should be my last full body reference. Basically showing the character's full body, but and I'll probably do some like little minor references, so like hairstyles and eyes and stuff. But yeah, otherwise I should finally be free. Oh yeah, and I still need to do a ton of writing, but we'll get there. Honestly, I feel like I'm doing a lot better than I guess like I should say that the end is in sight. So also this morning I kind of tried to make myself a little canvas right here, so you can see it right here. So hopefully that adds a little bit to my stream. It looks it's pretty quickly drawn. I definitely could have done a lot better on this, but for something that's done in maybe like an hour, I think it's probably good. But yeah, so anyways, let me just take a drink of my water and I should be able to get started. But yeah, this is Mersha. She is the late wife to my character, Chrysaea. I know it's probably a bit weird to make art for someone who's like technically deceased, but she is like very, very important to Chrysaea still. And of course like Jamil as well. Jamil is their daughter, so I also actually did like some quick references for the two kids that didn't really make it, so all right, let me rename this layer. So haven't named any of the layers yet. So final sketch. And then I can make another layer, and that'll be the line art layer. And I forgot to turn on my laptop fan, so hopefully there isn't too much background noise. This thing can be a bit loud, but I don't know. Lately it feels like my laptop has been like heating up a lot more, which really sucks. But yeah, I don't want it to like cook, Laptops aren't cheap, so. But yeah, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do the lining, and I'll probably take it a bit easier today since, as I said before, I need to do a lot of writing and extra stuff. So also I know it's going to be kind of rough the next 2 days at work, so at least I figure. It's been a little too quiet at work in terms of like the amount of people. So yeah, we've been getting like some pretty heavy loads of bottles and cans and stuff. It's that time of year when things get really active. But yeah, so also still struggling with the returns. I don't know. Part of me wonders if the guy who does like morning shifts is doing it, because yeah, I don't know. I feel like the days when I like come in after him, there seems to be like way more returns than than when I come in, or when I come in after a day that I worked. So, yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna just keep drawing this lady. So, sorry. I'm just kind of like blanking. Alright, so as I said, this is Mersha. She's the mother of Chamil and wife of Chrysaeum. So, she's someone who's like very well known for having like a very hot temper. So, she's a lot more. She's like a very bold person in general. So, she's definitely like the one that kind of takes charge and took charge in the actual relationship. But she was like a very caring mother and stuff. So. She also has short hair, which is like it's like pretty uncommon in Lavarian society, because in Lavaria it's very common for both men and women to have long hair. So. But she kind of tried to, or she keeps her hair short because when they were younger, like she wanted to, she kind of gave up her hair or her long hair for a good luck ritual. Because both her and Chrissy, they actually ran away from home for their marriage, so. Like, both of them grew up in one of the underground cities, but they decided to just leave because they knew that their families wouldn't, like, approve of the relationship. Chrysaeum, he's technically a cleric born, which is someone who's, like, born with the celestial flame. So, which the celestial flame is kind of something that's like very, very effective against the black brain, which is the substance that, I guess it's kind of like a substance. It's more like a living organism, but it usually gives it gives creatures and even humans and stuff like a lot of power and stuff, but the celestial flame is like very, very good at burning away the black brain. So in like the Aranzian Empire, clerics have a very high position in society. But yeah, Chrissy is basically a cleric born, so he has the genes for that, but he doesn't actually have that exact power. So, but yeah, normally he would have been like around just to he would have been like kept around just to basically have kids, but he was like very, very locked away as a small child. And he ended up wanting that freedom, so, which Mersha kind of helped give it to him. So, yeah, around like their late teens, so around their late teens, they basically kind of fled the city and tried to make a life of their own in a small village. And that's where they had their 3 kids and all that. So in the small village that they lived in, Mersha like worked as a cook for the local inn, and then Chrysaeum was like kind of a school teacher. So because Crise, he actually he was like trying like push towards literacy. I say literacy, I mean like I guess calligraphy and writing and stuff. Though Crise actually wanted to work in like medicine and not medicine. So like penmanship. That's what he works in. Or that was what he's supposed to focus in onto. Okay, right now I'm kind of just adding volume as I go. Usually I add volume afterwards, but thought it'd make my life a little bit easier. There's definitely times when I just want to like move on with the drawing process, or move on after the basic line art. So yeah, I'm kind of just hopefully this speeds things along a little bit. But okay, so I'm just kind of doing her bangs, and then trying to be a little bit careful since it's going over her eyes a little bit. I kind of always give my characters bangs because I like bangs. I like Marisha's hair, but not a style I normally draw in. Like, it isn't far from what I normally do, but basically kind of the short and fluffy. All right. I'm gonna move my coffee coaster to the other side of the desk, so because my microphone is kind of in the way of it, so yeah, kind of get crowded towards the corner of my L desk because it's kind of just where I end up keeping my laptop. Well, the L desk is definitely an improvement from what I had before. Sometimes I definitely feel like it does feel like I have less space than I thought I'd have. So, but I'm still making it work and all that. I don't regret getting it or anything. But yeah, it's not like I can really get much bigger because it'd be in like the way of the rest of my bedroom because of the location. All right, so I'm just drawing out the side part of her hair right here. Okay. Kind of filling in this dark shadow right here. Okay. Yep, zooming out, so. Hopefully it comes out okay. This little section I think could use some more line weight. I guess it feels maybe a little too thick right here. I don't know, it just kind of stands out a little too much. Also trying to make sure to draw her with her headdress, because Lavarian women usually have headdresses, so. There's also supposed to be like a flower language for the Lavarian people that's usually used in their clothing, but I never like fully developed what their flowers would be because I wanted to make up some like fantasy flowers, but I guess I'm not that creative when it comes to nature. So, like, I have a few ideas. I guess I have an idea of plants here and there, but yeah. Lavaria, which is like a grassland, they actually get like very heavy. They're supposed to get like a lot of flower or like heavy flower blooms in the summertime, so I feel like it would be very pretty, a very pretty place in the summer, especially around this time of year. But then other ways be kind of shitty the rest of the year. Because there's also like a very, very stormy, like the region is also very, very stormy, so. Now, I was kind of like inspired by the Great Plains for it, so basically it's supposed to be like a crap ton of tornadoes, and then, or like, yeah, like a lot of tornadoes in the spring, so, like, then hurricanes in the fall, so. Please, I'm so lonely. Hello. Thank you for coming to my stream today. I hope you're doing well. I'm just drawing this character right here. She's one of my OCs. You know, I thought I'd get her drawn. I only like did a few pieces of her beforehand, but yeah. My name isn't a joke, by the way. It's a cry for help. I'm sorry. Okay, I hope you find friends. Okay. Sorry, it's just kind of a lot to put on someone. Yeah, I'm just kind of... how's your day going? I was just kind of talking about my character and the world that she and my other characters live in, so... My day's okay. I'm glad to hear that. I haven't really done much today. I don't really do much in the mornings outside of just kind of eating food and preparing for the streams, so... Yeah, I basically had a breakfast and then just kind of started doing some drawing and stuff. I drew this little canvas in the corner right here, so it's not like that great, but I kind of... Like, it's not that great, but I only did it in like a couple of hours, so I've been meaning to make something like this for a little while, so, but, you know, if I have time, I'll probably make something a bit better. I've also been trying to get into 3D art, so, like, with Blender, so maybe I can make a 3D one sometime. Probably match my character a little bit better. But, yeah, my general theme, if you can like tell by the overlaying stuff, it's actually supposed to be a underwater ghost, so like a drowned artist essentially. So yeah, it's kind of my character's theme. But yeah, hopefully I can like start eventually, I guess, try making my stream stuff a bit better. Been trying to look into like stream sharing and all that, but I haven't really been able to entirely figure it out yet. I needed to... I was supposed to ask for some tutorials last night from someone, because I'm just not sure what to look at quite right now, but hopefully I can like see how I'm supposed to do it. I guess it's probably easier than it probably seems like it's going to be easier than it probably seems like it would be, but you know, I'm kind of nervous. Things like this usually kind of require some form of setup. And I hear people saying that it turns your webcam on automatically, but I guess they kind of solved that issue a long time ago, so it's not really a major concern. But yeah, basically it's just kind of learn how to potentially screen share with someone, and also learn how to have a chatting or like a shared chat room, essentially. But yeah, I still need to figure that all out. Because I thought it'd be nice to kind of like chat with people during a stream. But yeah. Are you someone who normally likes art, since you're coming into an art stream? I mean, I feel like I tend to see a lot of other artists on the art streams and all that, so I know the big events like Art Fight is coming, and I know a lot of people are like really excited to get started on that. You know, a lot of people are kind of chatting about that kind of thing. I feel like this skirt could be a little bit better, you know, like the little upper sash skirt. It's probably going forward a little too much, so probably this one isn't going forward far enough. But yeah, sort of the bottom skirt. And these little bits here are actually, they're technically pants, but they're covered up by the rest of the dress. So it isn't obvious that they're pants. But, you know, I kind of designed the clothes in this culture to basically have both pants and a skirt for men and women. So I know they don't really like showing their legs off. So. Oops. Okay, this is a little messy at this end, I think, so I'm just gonna fix it. Okay. You know, it's not the best, but I'll just settle with it. I might also add a little bit of hemming here and there, just add some more visual interest. I don't think I ever drew her lower body, to be honest, like this character specifically. I actually painted her a couple of times, but yeah, I don't think I got to a full drawing. I think there was like probably a sketch I did back in the day, but I don't remember where it is. Yeah, I've been kind of looking for a sketchbook, or like the sketchbook that I used a little while back, but I haven't been able to find it, so. Yeah, because I tried to look for character refs and or like my character doodles for another OC of mine, but I couldn't find it then. Thankfully, his refs were on in another sketchbook. So, but yeah, I don't remember what happened to Mersha's refs. It had to have been like a little over a year ago since I drew that hers. So it's definitely not in any of the newer sketchbooks. Because I was doing I was preparing for another art piece that I was hoping to draw, or hoping to paint, basically. I actually have it right here, because I keep keeping the two previous paintings of her open, just because I need to like take the colors, so. Yeah, it was actually this one that I was planning out. But yeah, originally I wanted to draw. This was originally meant to be a plan for like a traditional art piece with a colored ink, but I never really got around to that, so I kind of just stuck with that one traditional or digital piece. I don't say I was very like proud of this one for a long time, but I did like kind of just use stamps for the poppies, and I think that kind of weakened the piece. Otherwise, though, I really like the this area, because I was very inspired by Yoshitaka Amano, who's a Japanese artist. He actually did a lot of work for Final Fantasy and Vampire Hunter D series, like the book series for Vampire Hunter D. And he has a very flowing art style, which I fell in love with pretty quickly. But yeah, I just kind of happened to sort of discover him from a Vampire Hunter D omnibus, because I saw it in Barnes & Noble. But yeah, I was kind of surprised to realize that he was they did a lot of the early art, concept art and stuff for the Final Fantasy series, because I had been like playing Final Fantasy 14 for a long time at that point. But yeah. So looks like I've done like a lot of the outline or the basic outlines for the actual drawing right here. So, I don't know if kind of blinked and realized I was almost done with that. It's kind of exciting. I still have to do the upper part and the clothing folds though. Like there's still a lot of work to do, but yeah, I guess I just ended up being a little faster than I thought. But I need to start working on this coffee a bit more because it's getting pretty cold. Okay. Also, sorry if there's a lot of background noise. I have to have the AC running and my laptop fan running because it's so hot. But yeah, it's supposed to be a storm later today, so hopefully we get some water. But yeah, unfortunately, it's starting to heat up again today. Today and this weekend as well. Like the temperatures dropped back down for a little while, but it didn't really last that long. Like I was very happy to see that was 70 degrees in the other day. It's like a lot cooler than what I had gotten used to. Yeah, I think it was Wednesday when it was 70 degrees. That was pretty nice. Okay. But alright. So we're going to... So I'm just going back and adding some more volume to the line weight. Or more line weight, I should say. So it looks a little nicer. I mean, I'm not gonna... I haven't been, like, rendering these reference images too much, just because, like, maybe a little bit of rendering for some of them, but... Yeah, I've been mostly keeping it simple. One, for my sanity, and also because, it makes it easier to kind of just take the colors from the reference image. If I do them, like, mostly flat. Of course, I've still been kind of shading the hair and the stuff. Like the hair, eyes, and maybe a little bit on the skin. So at least it looks a little bit nicer, but yeah. But yeah, before this, it's been kind of a while since I've been working with line art and stuff. It's because I've been mostly focusing on digital paintings for like the past month and a half. Because I feel like people tend to like the digital paintings a bit more, but yeah, it's been fun to get back to this stuff. Usually usually I kind of struggle with this kind of thing, but you know, I've been able to move somewhat quickly. I'm just gonna probably not go as heavy with a lot of the lining or the line weight here. See for like the very outside, like what I'm doing right here, because that would help separate it from the ear. Right, sorry, I zoomed out and kind of stopped to observe. Okay, so let's get this a little bit. But yeah. Alright. Alright, sorry, just kind of fixing my sitting position. Now try to not shrimp too much, so I actually managed to move my chair in pretty close to the desk. I can't like entirely just move my chair under the desk though, because it's too high, too big. But a little bit earlier I was kind of complaining about my desk not being quite as big as I hoped, but it's not like that or anything. I just kind of wished it was maybe a little bit bigger. A little more space, I guess. But yeah, anyways, sorry, I keep zooming out and just kind of, you know, it's good to like stop and observe what you're doing once in a while. Just kind of, but I kind of get distracted sometimes, so yeah. All right. A little nervous about the headdress right here just because it looks a little bit off. I think I'll try and do it on a separate line or layer and see if I can like, so I can like focus on it a bit more. But yeah, usually these headdress things have a little more, have kind of a little bit of a flowing shape to them. You know, I like having a flowing shape just because I like having flowing shapes in my art. You know, I was very inspired by the Art Nouveau period for a good while. You know, I think Art Nouveau is super pretty, so, you know, of course, Art Nouveau had generally a lot of artists like put an emphasis on beauty then, so I'm pretty sure that's why a lot of people like it, including me. Haven't really been the best about looking at art lately, though, because I feel like I've been kind of hyper-focused on just making stuff. So yeah, I really should take some time to just stop and observe other works, kind of soak it in. Alright, so let's just kind of do this like little tassel thing right here. So, you know, these are often used as like little decorative elements for clothing stuff in my fictional world. Like, well, not world entirely, but you know, Lavaria is just like one single country in the world, but most of my OCs live in Lavaria, so that's why it gets so much more attention than other countries. Because, you know, the main reason why I started world building is just because to kind of make a world for my OC, Crusaea, so. You know, technically the world revolves around him. Okay, anyways, zoom back out. Let's go ahead and get this one hair right here. But yeah. Yeah, I've been trying to pop in more into some of my streaming buddies' streams just because so I can like support them and all that. Haven't quite been the best about doing it, but yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm just gonna check something real quick. I'm just gonna pop on the browser. I forgot to tag people. I always forget one thing during my streams, so... You know, let's see if I can tag people right now and see if anyone pops in. But yeah, it's usually pretty quiet here, so it's not like I'm not used to it. But yeah, just taking a little moment. You know what, actually, how about I put... I'll just put this here so you guys have something to look at. Sorry about this. Technically not a professional, so I have an excuse. I'm just a hobby streamer right now. Alright, so, of course it's only been, so. Yeah, alright, sorry about that. Anyways, you know, back to work. I know, I feel like, a lot of streamers usually at least, like, stop to check on the tech stuff, so, you know, maybe it's not the end of the world. I'm just gonna go with that. I forgot I was on another layer, so. Okay, let's just put a little hem decoration, so. Basically on the edge here. Okay, I wanted to, hold on. I need to like make this a bit sharper, so. Of course, don't go too complicated with it. You know, I'm trying to keep my character designs from getting too complex, but... For partially my sanity, but also so... Maybe for the sake of others if they choose to draw my OCs. Oops. Anyways. Okay. Alright, so that's a little hem decoration. So there, as you can see, there's the flowing lines. So let me get this flower in. And there's usually a flower symbolism for Lavarian headdresses. Honestly, Lavarian clothes in general, but technically their clothes are supposed to be like very complicated. You know, have a lot of you know, embroidery and stuff is like some of the main artistic expressions in the country, so wearable clothing is, or like wearable art essentially, is a pretty big deal there. I guess I could say functional art in general, but especially like clothing. Like having a detailed clothing is pretty normal in this society. They're also like Lavaria is also one of the biggest producers in wool in the continent of Franzia. So you know they do a lot of like fabric art too. It's kind of a bit of national pride, I guess. For some explanation, Lavaria is part of like a larger empire, but like it's still technically considered a country. It's just not entirely independent, so. Again, it wasn't always part of an empire, so it has like its own culture and stuff. It's also not exactly like one of the biggest tourist spots, because or it doesn't quite have as much foreign influence as it did at some points, just because it's kind of a not really the greatest place to live in. You know, most people can have to live underground. And also, hello Baptistar. Hey, I've been yapping about my world building and my character right here. This is Mersha. She's technically not alive anymore, but I wanted to draw some of my... I wanted to, like, draw out my, like, Chrysea's family, so... But yeah, all of them were, like, very important to him, so... I thought it may as well, but... Also just to have the visual reference, too, because... You know, I do feel like I need to draw Mirsha a little bit more here and there. Honestly, I need to draw almost everyone a bit more, but... Yeah, so... By the way, are you almost ready for art fight? Like I'm saying, like, have you gotten your character refs and stuff done, or are you still working on it? It's just kind of... I'm like almost there, but I could probably do with a few more reference images, just not necessarily like the full bodies, at least. Like, this should be my last full body reference image for now. But, you know, I was thinking of doing some headshots and, you know, eye shots for other characters, just so people know what they look like. You're not doing character refs? Alright. Yeah, I just meant that your, like, page is ready to go. Unless you're, like... Because, yeah, I've been drawing a lot of characters who come from my... Like, the world Mocha... Like, the world that I call Mocha. Mocha, like... It's basically the world that my character Chryse lives in, so... Of course, there's also that Star guy that I managed to finally finish last night. He's from a you know, he's from like a separate canon, so I just wanted to draw him, so yeah. But I say I'm ready. All right, that's good to hear. But yeah, I just need a few extra references, and I still need to do writing. You know, I meant to do more of it last night, but I ended up being too exhausted, so. Yeah, I'm glad you're ready. You're ready to go. Yeah, I usually just like to... You know, I like to add a lot of references to my art fight stuff, because I do need them for, like, outside of reference or art fight, too. In case I need to, like, draw them more, but... Yeah, I also just think it looks kind of nice. Alright, sorry, I'm just trying to get this necklace correct. But yeah, so... Sorry, also, before finding your art fight, I didn't know you've drawn women. Yeah, I do women sometimes. I just don't do them a lot, so... I do prefer to draw men, but... You know, I usually draw, like... Yeah, I do draw women sometimes. Usually I do them mostly this time of year, just because, yeah, because of art fight. Sometimes I do feel like I need to draw more of them sometimes, so... You know, art fight's usually my excuse to draw them and all that. But yeah, to be fair, she's also technically tied to one of my other character stories. So yeah. I've actually sort of drew her in the past, but like I haven't done her that much. Yeah, I got like this piece, and then I have this piece as well, so... Oops. I actually got, drew out the details to her reference in a previous sketchbook, but I lost that sketchbook, so... I can't really look for any specific details, but it's not like I don't know what she's it's not like I don't know what she's supposed to look like, so you know. I also got like sorry, my brain keeps going blank. I've also like drawn just like no-name woman characters before, like for references and stuff. Like, because I was like kind of into trying to do like a bunch of world building in the probably like back in 2023 and 2024. I haven't really done it as much, but I haven't really done much this year. But yeah, like trying to design like little cool outfits and stuff. To be honest, yeah, I think thinking about it now, I'm mostly focused on drawing pretty clothes for my world. So, but it's usually nice to have like actual OCs to draw. But yeah, so by the way, you might have seen this already, but I did finally like finish this dude up, so you know, I'm like managed to figure out his color scheme for now, you know. Like I turned this lace black and then kind of made the bottoms of the ends of his coats like a lighter gradient, so it gives a little bit of a glowing effect, which is nice. I don't know, when this was like still white, it kind of clashed with the light to dark gradient, so that's why. So I finally just decided to change the color of that lace right there. But yeah, thank you. Yeah, this dude was a little bit spontaneous. Like I actually did kind of have a design for him thought out or like sketched out a bit in the past, but it wasn't until like the other day that I finished him. So, you know, I hadn't figured out his colors and all that, but his like hair and like his coat, like that stuff I've kind of thought out. So yeah, I managed to finish off my magician dude. So it's hard to decide on one of your characters to attack. I see. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just like blinking. I'm glad that there's like multiple. Oh, they all look so handsome. Thank you. Yeah, I definitely tend to focus on pretty boys. So, but yeah, I tried expanding a little bit this year. So there's like maybe a few more options for people. Yeah, I do like how a lot of the base designs are working out. There's probably going to be a few characters or a couple of characters who are supposed to have alternative forms that I'm not gonna, or that I can't really just do a rough for because I didn't think out their designs enough. Like the cat boy and the Brockcloth, the guy with the axe. I haven't really thought out their monster forms enough, so I'm probably just not gonna. I don't think I'm gonna draw them out because I don't want to like burn myself out before the event even starts, and I also just need to let those ideas cook. So yeah, unfortunately they're gonna miss out a bit. But like I mean, like the cat guy already has like it's like already stuck with cat ears and stuff, so it, you know it's kind of already a bit distant from a normal human design. But yeah, this might be fine. Okay. Also, I haven't really been mentioning it yet, but I'm mostly like adding the line weight right now. Also, I forgot to add the... Okay, I forgot to put more detail in this bit. Not sure if I want these to... Not sure if I want to detail this or not. I can. Sort of. These are supposed to be like kind of a... like braided thread through here, so... Like I was saying a bit earlier that like Lavarian clothes are supposed to actually be really detailed, but you know, I keep simplifying them for my designs so I don't go insane. But yeah, there's supposed to be like a lot of detailed elements, like these little braids and tassels. There's supposed to be like a lot of embroidery included in the clothing. But I haven't been super invested in doing that, so. All right. Okay. I'm just gonna add the details, and I'm not gonna add too much detail on the interior part, so. You know, I was kind of struggling with Nermus, the cat boy, because, you know, I was trying to use the fill bucket for him, and it just looked really messy, so. Like, for the really thin parts, because he has that. You know, he has, like on his sleeves, he has, like, that detailed, all that thread and stuff. And trying to fill that in was kind of a pain in the butt, so yeah. Sorry, yeah. Trying to talk properly. Yeah, just need to take my drink of water, so hopefully that helps. All right, let's get back to adding the detail, or the line weight now. So, I'm also probably just going to take it a bit easier this stream, by the way. So, because, yeah, I've been kind of going a bit hard. Like, I've been going pretty, like, yeah, I've been, like, doing quite a bit of, in terms of, like, streaming time lately, so. And also just drawing time this week, so. Trying to not overwork myself. I also still have to develop some of the character descriptions more, like I said before. I wanted to do more of it last night, but I only managed to like write out one bio, so yeah. Yeah, I just kind of have a hard time writing, but also I just wanted to make sure I got into some other people's streams, because you know, I want to show up and support some of my fellow streamers. But yeah, I'll probably try working on the character descriptions more tonight. Hopefully, maybe. Yeah, I keep saying that and then I don't, so yeah. But as you know, I'm getting close to being done, so yeah, hopefully soon. Okay, I keep zooming in and out. Just trying to. But yeah, that and also finding some more raid targets. I actually like rejoined the Art Fight Discord because I left after the event ended at the. Actually, I think it was probably a lot later, but you know, I just kind of left the Discord because the event kind of wasn't going on anymore, and I was just kind of wanted to clean out my Discord stuff a bit, but you know, I rejoined last night, and yeah, I guess like there's a lot of options. I'm seeing a lot of like cool characters on the Discord, so it's like I'm starting to see some temptations. But yeah, I gotta figure out who I wanna. still got to figure out who I want to draw. Well, I have been looking, so there's that. All right. You know, I also feel like I'm a lot faster, so I might actually be able to get more people done if I have the energy at least. I know I can't like put as much focus in it this year as last year, but you know, I still dream, I guess. Actually, I'm kind of considering doing more of a little cheat, or like considering doing like some like little jelly bean chibis, like maybe a mass attack that centers around those chibis. That'd be cute. Hey, I don't know for how long stream has been up, but it still says, oh, all right, thank you. Hey, yeah, I forgot to do that. Whoopsie. Ah, dang it. Okay, art. I always forget like a thing or two before stream, so you know, thanks for pointing that out. But yeah, how's your day going flying, Scott? Sorry, I almost just said flying. No, I've been doing my day's been okay so far. I actually kind of you know, beforehand I just kind of had some breakfast, and you know, I made myself a little canvas today, so that's fun. So I, you know, kind of happy about that. You know, I only did it in like a couple of hours, so you know, it technically could have been a lot more polished, but you know, I wanted to get it done by the stream, I guess. Bit so honestly. Woke up, blinked, and suddenly it's Friday evening. Oh wow. Yeah, I guess I felt that way some days too. Yeah, sometimes it feels like the morning kind of flashes by, so I usually wake up at like 9 when I'm not going to work, so but I definitely kind of struggled to wake up though, because my sleep schedule has been kind of falling apart lately. But yeah, so thankfully I managed to actually get up, and then, you know, got some breakfast, and, you know, as I said before, got started drawing and stuff. Okay. But yeah, I might take it a bit easier this stream. I was saying that before, but yeah, because last Wednesday I actually ended up streaming for almost 4 hours, which I don't normally stream that long for gaming streams, because it's on the like one of my work nights. So obviously I'm not streaming at work, but you know, I work in the morning, so I tend to be a bit more tired those days. Yeah, I ended up going a bit longer because I wanted to finish spring. So, you know, there's like 4 seasons in Stardew. Like, I mean, you go through the 4 seasons, and you know, I was getting tired of streaming the spring, so wanted to finish that off, and then start summer the next week. But yeah, I ended up having fun that night. But then I accidentally stayed up too late, so whoops. And then did the same thing on Thursday night, or Wednesday, yeah. Maybe Thursday, no, Tuesday night and Wednesday night I ended up staying up way too late, and then so I ended up being like a corpse by Thursday night, so, and that's why I struggled to get up. But yeah, I'm probably gonna need to be a little more careful tonight. So I usually join in on somebody else's community night on Friday nights. So, but they tend to stream pretty late. So I've got to make sure to leave at a normal time. Not stay up and listen to music, because that's usually what ends up happening. Is I like to listen to music late at night and kind of daydream. I don't know if anyone else does that, but yeah, it's how I kind of like zone out, basically. Kind of wondering if I should bother with the. I'll actually work with the. I was thinking of like leaving the bottom details a bit simpler, just because they're not really the focus. But I figured I could probably work with it a tiny bit. Yeah, I just remembered that I kind of want to put a hem on this little bottom area. So. Yeah, little fun fact, this kind of like the little, or like the fabric that kind of peeks through here is these are technically pants rather than a skirt. But yeah, honestly, I'm one for the doom scroll trap. Oh, I see. Oh, hey, thank you for following Isabel James 14. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the stream. But yeah, I guess sometimes I end up doom scrolling a bit too, but I don't do it quite as much. Because I guess sometimes I do it on Reddit, but I don't really go on Reddit quite as much anymore. But that, and I haven't been on Twitter in a really long time, so. And I just don't really, and I don't really see it quite as much on Blue Sky, because I tend to not follow people who post it's pretty quiet on Blue Sky. But yeah, hey, white pants are valid. Yep. Yeah, basically, with how I designed the cultural clothes for the country that my characters live in, basically everyone wears both pants and a long skirt, so basically, quite a bit of extra fabric. I mean, their country is also known to produce a lot of like tons of both linen and wool, so they got the materials for it. But yeah. Yeah, I tend to do a lot of art. I've done a fair bit of world building for the Lavaria, which is the name of the country, because that's where my characters live. So the main reason that I got into world building this is basically so my character Chrysaeum, he had a place to live, because Chrysaeum is based on a older OC of mine. So, and the music stopped. Hold on. Sorry, I'm just trying. Okay, it went back up. Sometimes it doesn't go properly. So it was, yeah, like on its own, YouTube tends to kind of pause the playlist every time you go to another video, which is like really annoying. But at least for the longer videos. But I don't know about shorter videos. But yeah, it keeps doing that. But then I got a Firefox plugin that's supposed to stop that, but sometimes it still kind of pauses. So, but yeah, Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm just kind of keep zooming in and out so I can check to see if it's good. Hold a second. I should probably hide the fetch. Okay. Yeah, I probably should have done that a little while ago. I tried adding the line weight as I went, but, you know, then I kind of just started going to the basic parts and... Oh well, not a big deal. Anyways. Just try to check all the details, see if it looks okay. Honestly, it might be alright. Actually, I probably want to add a little more line weight to the belt right here. But yeah. Also, I guess since I've been doing all of this, I just want to show her show off the character that she's kind of connected to. So, like Chris A.M., Mr. Main character. The guy. Okay, I'm trying to look for its character art. I don't know what happened to it. Uh-oh. Okay. I've tried drawing a full body for him so many times, but never ended up finishing any of them, so it makes it harder to find the one that I did finish. Actually, I wonder if it's outside the... Yeah, it's outside of the folder. Whoops. Alright. I'll have to drag that back in, but... Yeah, this is him. I've done other art pieces of him, but... You know, it's... Like, I'm not 100% satisfied with this, just because it feels like it's a... Yeah, I tried making his face a lot more... Like, I feel like the anatomy's a little bit weird, but... No, I finally got a basic full body for him, so... I needed to do that for, like, years. Okay. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I think it might be good, so... I don't really need to add too much variation down here, I don't think, because it's not the focal area. But yeah, I'm usually try to focus on the upper area, just because that's where the focal point is. Okay, so let's go ahead and start adding I'll add a base layer real quick first, and then after that, I'll try and start putting the actual colors down. So I'm gonna go with red for her, I think, because, oops. Because I kind of affiliate with, oh, that's too far. Oh, well. I kind of affiliate this character with the color red, because she's got, like, a pretty, like, fiery personality. You know, kind of a dominating person. Really fond of the way the hair casts shade upon his face. I see. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, it's like, I do kind of like how the face was shaded, but yeah, it's just some other areas. Kind of like how the jewel on his necklace came out too. But yeah. But yeah, I like to do red and blue symbolism, like symbolism, red and blue symbolism between these two characters, just so it kind of like matches their personalities. Because we have like a soft and timid person, and then a very like very loud and strong-willed person. So. And then they're like necklaces. Both of them have like purple jewels, so that kind of basically shows the mix between colors. But yeah. But yeah, it's kind of nice to have his Chrysea's family drawn out, because I actually drew his kids, or drew their kids too, you know. Uh, you might have seen Chamil, so because I did her. Sorry, I'm just trying to thinking I should probably bring up the piece, try to figure out how. All right. I'm just going to show them off real quick. Sorry if it's a little off topic, but yeah, I kind of quickly drew the younger siblings. But yeah, so you know, they had 3 kids together in Shamil. So yeah, just showing them off. Sorry if it keeps getting distracted. If I keep getting distracted, I just like to show my art. There's just one that I wanna right here. Also this one, just because she looks super cute here. Are those eyes on the sash? Not really. I just kind of came up with a random pattern for her clothes, just because I wanted her clothing to be a bit more complex. But you know, like some basic geometric shapes, I guess, like so like circles and all that. Aw, sorry. Okay, sorry, I'll look away from this. A little bit off topic, but I was thinking about considering like doing a mass attack with like those little jelly bean chibis, just because I feel like that would be cute. Like do one, like maybe do one surrounding like mermaids and merfolk and stuff. So yeah, I don't normally draw like a ton of characters in one piece, but yeah, I thought it'd be kind of fun. Okay, so now I'm just gonna hide the line art real quick and start trying to clean things up. So I try to keep a base because usually with the paint tool method, there tends to be like a lot of little crunchies around the line art. So you know, if I happen to miss a crunchy, then I'll just kind of then base layer here can kind of cover it. Honestly, I used to just keep bases do like base layers and then like use the base layer as the base for some clipping mask. But I think my method kind of changed once I figured out how reference layers work, because I didn't know about reference layers beforehand. But yeah, reference layers definitely helped me a lot, at least in terms of speed. Yeah, I'm gonna clean this up a bit. Hey, the results speak for themselves. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I think the main reason why I've been able to do all these references and stuff is just because of the reference, because I can like basically fill in the colors. Oops. Yeah, last year it like, kind of took me maybe a multiple days to just do one reference. Of course, the reference I'm thinking about is Vow, so he's a little more complicated than what I've been doing, but still. You know, the blue merman guy. Yeah, but yeah, it's been kind of nice being able to just get a bunch of stuff done. Okay. So let's see. Try to. Alright, cover in this color. The blue mermaid guy. Or the blue mermaid guy, yeah. Specifically his human form, though. I mean, because his outfit is, like, very, very complex. Like, I'm sure you've seen it before. Yes, he has that sash, too. But probably should have drawn out a specific reference for the sash, but, you know, I don't really have the energy right now. Indeed, I have. Yep. Sorry, I'm just need a stretch. Yeah, I was definitely like proud of how his design came out, along with Maven's as well. So, like the actual proper design I did for them I didn't like get to that until like right before Arc Fight last year. So, you know, I did it kind of quickly. Sort of like what I did with VO, the new guy. Like the star guy, basically. Okay. How about I hide these shading layers real quick so I can see her base colors. No shading. Okay, still need to hide even more. Yeah, I used to do things in a lot more like sections, and then like kind of shade those sections individually, and then I did a general, or then I like did general shading, and then basically I ended up with like 8 million layers. So I'm trying to hide like all those. Okay, so here's our base colors. All right. And okay, so let's I need to rename this layer real quick so I don't lose track of them. I usually like try to name my layers so it doesn't like become impossible to figure out what's going on. Now wasn't very good about that with VO, because so he actually has like layers that are he has like a layers that are basically just named layer 22, like, you know, all the way up in the 20s. So it's a little intimidating to look at that, but so I'm gonna try and be better about that. Honestly, with like a lot of the stuff I've been doing this week, I haven't been good about naming my layers. So okay, I'm just gonna fill in these eyebrows or fill in the areas below the eyebrows and stuff. Just oops, so I don't have to deal with it. Yeah, I'm trying to keep it a little bit cleaner for the skin layer because I don't know. I feel like mistakes will be a lot easier to spot here. You know, that, and there's just more detail with the line art, so more thing. There's bound to be more crunchies. But yeah, it does still look better than it would have been without the base layer, so. Okay, so I think that's, okay, so let's, I'm gonna have a layer for her hair. I usually like to have hair and skin on separate layers. So it makes them easier to kind of shade. That and the iris too. And then usually clothing will have its own specific layer. Okay. Anyways, I also forgot to. I realized I missed something, but I'll deal with it later. So yeah, I'll have to clean up the crunchies with this too. Yeah, all these like areas around the eyebrows and the eyes. Okay. Yeah, the hair. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad that I took off those shading layers from on the other piece, because I feel like kind of forgot how dark her hair actually is. It tends to always get like lightened up by the rendering, so. Right, fill in the eyebrows. Okay. Alright. So yeah, I probably could have worked on the necklace a little bit more, so. And it's supposed to be like a gold necklace, so I have to erase the center area here. So I can, first I'll like thicken the lines here though, so, because I don't want them to be too thin. Kind of learned my lesson with Nermus, the cat boy. You know, I had a lot of issues with the filling up his yeah, the paint can filler when I was doing his finer details. So first I kind of rushed some of the details for him just because I wanted like to at least like finish the line art, I think, or I could finish something because I had been kind of struggling with Theo's general design. No, basically, it's probably spent like 40 minutes just trying to mess with the colors. Now, I'm not sure if anyone really likes to see that kind of thing on a stream, so you know, I try to rush Neramus so I can, so like I could feel like I felt like I could have accomplished something. All right, so time to do our clothing. And I'll just do some of his, or get like most of her clothing done, I think, so. Okay, I forgot to, oops. Yeah, I didn't close off these lines because I wanted to do it for stylization, but okay, kind of regretting it. All right, you know, it shouldn't be that hard to deal with though. I'm just gonna close this off, and then just gonna go at it. All right, yep, no problem. Wait, no, problem. Okay. Boop, okay. All right. Okay. Crud. No, it's fine. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to just use her other stuff as a reference, but yeah, it's a little bit different, so I'll try to get her outfit correct. Okay. Yeah, trying to figure things out a little bit. Okay. So, what should her lower skirt be? Well, first I'll fill in the parts that I know what I want, so. Yeah, I'm starting to realize that there's probably more up in the air than I thought there was, so. Okay. So I have this darker red for here. I think the corset is supposed to be a darker red too. Let's see. I mean, it should be fine. Yeah, I think I want the brighter red for down here, so. Oops. Okay. So I'll take this red actually. Because it's supposed to be this one. Yeah. Honestly, the base color isn't too far off, so. Okay, it's leaking a little bit, so let me just try to. Yeah, one thing I hate about the paint tool is that it kind of leaks sometimes, which gets kind of annoying. All right. Boop. Okay, I'm just gonna see how it looks with the. Sorry, I'm just gonna see if a certain variation is okay. Alright, okay, come on. Might actually have some areas stay this lighter red, maybe. I might lighten up a little bit more. Okay. Okay, that might be a little too strong right there. Hold on. Yeah, just different variations of red, I guess. Make it a bit warmer. Okay, that's a little too orange for me. And kind of desaturate it, maybe. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna lower the opacity on this one a bit, and then hopefully I'll be able to find a nice middle ground. Okay, I think that might be strong enough. And I can use this brighter red in her headdress right here, so maybe. I mean, that was the plan. Actually, let me test it with the... Hold on. Okay. Like these stuff. Yeah, these like little details, these can be red right here. All right. Maybe use this darker red for the headdress, maybe. Whoops. That's not what I wanted. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to decide, choosing what I want. Oh, hey, Super. Sorry, I haven't been looking at the chat. New painting on your screen. How is Friday going? Cool painting you make. Friday's been okay so far. Just kind of been, I've just been working on this mostly. I might also work on a headshot too, but yeah, it's kind of that was my plan, but like a headshot for art fight. But yeah, this is a character reference for the event, so I've just been working on it. I'm trying to make some decisions. Hold on. Didn't. But yeah, how's your day been going? Sorry, I'm trying to decide. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I've just been a little bit indecisive. Oops. Alright, and I'll make this braid right here. That'll be the brighter red. Like, I think the interior can be this darker shade too. So kind of like two-sided color. Good. I've been working a little today. I see more studying then. I haven't done like too much today outside of streaming and eating. And oh yeah, I made this like little canvas earlier today, so I'm like another little prop for my stream. Kind of thinking about doing a little canvas in 3D, but maybe another time. I haven't been doing a lot of 3D lately just because I've been focusing on the art fight stuff. But, hopefully sometime this July I start, like, getting back into it. Okay. I've also been, like, trying to look into different things for streaming. Just, like, I'm trying to figure out the stream together feature, which is something that lets you share chat rooms with, or I guess like chats with different, like a streamer that you might be collabing with. I was kind of interested in like doing that with some other people. Okay. Sorry. Keep trying to see what I could do with this. Uh, hmm. Yeah, I'm just being a little indecisive with some of the colors. You know what? Let's get to dealing with the details first, though, so. And then I'll work it out. But yeah, I need to make the color in the irises real quick, and then the other stuff, of course. Nope, not this one. And like, yeah, skin details. I want to work on that. Also to make sure to save. Okay. Okay. Yeah, not sure the last time I saved, so I want to make sure to do that. And also let's clean that up. And let's do the skin details. So, yeah. Get out the clipping mask and put some color on her. Don't forget to drink. I drink daily a lot for good health. Yeah, I've been trying to drink and get my drinking in, so yeah, I probably will need to refill my coffee and my water pretty soon, but yeah, I do have the stuff to fill in. Okay, it probably should be more warmer. Okay, please. Sorry. Clip Studio was kind of trying to load right then, so I got worried. Alright, so over her cheeks real quick. Yeah, I usually like to make sure to add blush, so I go kind of hard on it on the shades before I actually Alright, now do a little bit of color over her lips. She actually paints her lips, so I'll probably do. Okay. Probably clean this up a little bit with the airbrush and kind of a eraser mode. Okay. Alright. You can merge that down to the main skin layer, and then I'll make another clipping mask and take her lip color right here. But yeah, things have been going pretty smoothly for art. In terms of art. Hold on, I'm just trying to make decisions. Okay, I like this color. Maybe a little bit redder for her, though. Yeah, and I'll just like desaturate it a bit so it kind of looks like it matches. Okay. Alright, so just filling these in. I kind of struggle with makeup a little bit, but I have to like smooth it out and all that. Also darken this a bit, just because, okay, maybe not that much, since I'll probably, shade it again, but... Okay, so, what I'd like to do is kind of get out the smooth watercolor brush and just kind of smooth the ends of it, so... Okay, so it's very strong right now, but I do this, and it's, not quite as intense. So let's see try to get it to an opacity that I like. Okay. I think this one should be okay, so I'll merge it down so it becomes kind of a permanent decision. And I still have a little bit more details to add in, so... add a little bit of eyeshadow, so because I usually like to add that. Okay, the base for the painted lips looks really good, even when you get to be saturated. All right, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. Okay, so I add a little bit of eyeshadow because I just like eyeshadow. Okay. Okay, so that should be good. Mostly, there's one part that I almost forgot, but I'll just do it straight on the layer just because I'm living life on the edge. Probably have a guess what I'm doing. Okay, so I have a kind of mostly gray. It's actually has a little bit tinted with yellow because I usually like tint the eye color, like the sclera with yellow because that's how I think it's supposed to look IRL. I know that a lot of people tend to use blue instead, but you know I use yellow because I think eyeballs are supposed to be a little bit yellow. I could be wrong. I usually just don't want to use pure white though, is the thing. So we start off with this darker color, and then get kind of a close to absolute white, and there. Bye. And just kind of fill it in. Okay. Yep. And that's how I've been doing eyes for the past week. I don't always do eyes like this, but you know, it's starting dark and or building the shadow in here, but yeah. Okay. I'm going to go back to the clothing layer real quick, and I'm just gonna cool this down and then darken a bit. So technically this is supposed to be darker because it's behind the character. Maybe this might be a little too cooled down though. Okay. Okay, I'll do it with the hem too, because it's standing out maybe a little too much for me. Okay. I don't know, it's me. Oh my god, stop it. Okay. Maybe a little too much. Let's lower the opacity real quick. Okay. Actually, I should lower the saturation too. So maybe that's the answer. Okay, yeah, that kind of works. Alright. Sorry, I'm just trying to think for a bit. Okay, so, okay, let's get color in the jewel real quick. I tend to give her a little bit more of a warm violet, though technically this jewel is supposed to be purple. Because they have, like, matching jewel. She has a matching jewel with her, with Chrysaeum. Okay, so... Oh, I almost forgot. Oop. Yeah, she wears gloves, so... Okay, wait, the opacity wasn't high enough for that. Okay, fix it. Oop. Okay. No, easy peasy. Just look over the drawing real quick. And, hold on a second. I'm just gonna mess with something real quick, just to see. Nope. Just seeing how it might look with that. Oh, it's still not right. Oh, what? Ah! Here. Hold on a moment. I missed a spot. Whoops. Yeah, I'm just... Oh my god. Okay, hold on, guys. It's a mess. A mess, dang it. Okay. And now that's leaking. Okay. Alright, okay, fix that. Yeah, I was just trying to see what it would look like if I cooled it down a little bit, so... Let's see. Color... Yeah, so it's like a very low opacity. Okay. Yeah, I kind of like it. I just happen to like cooler reds a bit more, so. This is a very, like, 7% opacity, so I'll just go ahead and merge that down. And then I'm gonna apply a little bit of or I'm gonna put on a bit of okay, decoration, like embroidery. So, okay, not that one. Like not quite as much as here, but maybe. Yeah, I want a little more yellow. Sorry, I'm just kind of. Okay. So, yeah, I'll just make this into a clipping mask for now. And I'll just mark out a pattern. See how... zoom out real quick. Yeah, kind of similar to what I did in the painting, but I'll probably erase the center line. Who knows? Hold on a second. Okay, real quick. Alright, I'm just kind of adding a hem right here. Alright. Then I'll just fill it in. Boop. And I'll probably like lower the opacity to this to these details a little bit so it kind of fits the fits the piece a little bit better. Also, actually, I think making the top here yellow might help me a little bit. Or adding maybe a little bit of yellow here and there. We'll see. It's still in a separate layer, so I can just erase those bits. But, yeah. Alright, so I'll start adding a little more detail. But yeah. Now it looks like it's supposed to get really hot again this weekend, so I'm dreading that a little bit. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of hot temperatures, so kind of wish the semi-cool weather lasted longer. Like semi-cool, semi-warm, I mean like the 70s, which I think is probably like 20-something for you guys. Maybe like 25. Probably wrong. Okay. But, oops. Okay, you know what? Just kind of fill it in. Yeah, let's see how it looks. Saturated. Maybe I'll make this a bit of a paler yellow and then I'll lower the opacity so it kind of fits the look that I want. Okay, sorry, I'm just cheap. Alright, and then we do this. Yeah, just trying to make things a little bit fancy. So, try to clean these up real quick. Yeah, I just want to see how this shinies go. Sort of fiddling with the colors and all that. I think a nice thing about the characters that I drew for Art Fight, they kind of have like a lot of their designs are already like thought about beforehand, so it wasn't like super hard to just draw out the references. Okay, I don't know if I said that yet or not, but all right. I'm gonna undo this real quick. The clipping mask, I should say. And see how it looks with a lighter yellow. Hold on. Okay, maybe not quite this late, but yeah. More like this, maybe. And lower the saturation. Alright. Okay. Oh, heat. What fun. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, not the... As I said, I'm not the biggest fan of hot wet. Oh my god. Sorry. Not the biggest fan of hot weather. No, hopefully it doesn't get too bad. I'll make this match the... Sorry, I'm just trying to evaluate my choices. Okay. You know what, let's just go ahead with it. I think I might have liked the having the line in the middle, though. Sorry, I'm just putting it back. Yeah, it's kind of a... I don't know, I kind of like how it looks connected, so... Yeah, I'm just putting it back. Okay, not perfect here, but... Alright. Is there anything you guys like to do during the hot weather, by the way? Sorry, I haven't been the best at throwing out conversations, just kind of... I usually don't do too much during the summer, so... Yeah, I was kind of hoping we could go to a zoo this year, though. Oh, maybe an aquarium, too. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've been to an aquarium, so... Yeah, it's really nice looking at the fishes and all that. Little fishies. Okay. Alright, sorry, I'm just gonna do this bit. Alright. Yeah, sorry, I'm just... Yeah, sorry, I keep apologizing. Alright, let's put this in. Oops, dang it, okay. Alright. Okay, sorry, I'm just keep making this. Oh my god, stop. I keep hitting the, like, scrolling on the edge, and it's like, flings me around, so. Kind of driving me a little nuts. Okay, hold on, guys. Just gonna. Backtracking on the bright red. Decided I wasn't really too big of a fan. I don't know, it's kind of reminded me of McDonald's, so... Yeah, let's change that. Also, maybe a little... kind of clashes a little too much. Also may, like, brighten the kind of darker area real quick, so, No, that's too much. Hold on. 20. Maybe darken the actual color. But yeah, make this a little bit brighter. Maybe a little more purple like that, yeah. Shoop, shoop. Okay. Honestly, I sit in the direct stream of the AC and I crack open a Lego set to build. I see. Yeah, sounds like it'd be pretty nice. I guess I tend to stay inside too, so. Yeah, especially with my how I tend to get cooked with my actual job, so. Like, it's nice to not be in the direct sun this year, but it still feels like I'm being cooked alive in the bottle room area. Like, there's... Like, it definitely feels like there's not really enough, air coming in. Just gonna add a border here. Okay, hold on. Nope. Okay, trying to figure this out. Here. All right, and then one here. Okay. Oops. Okay, bring the opacity back up. All right, now I'll thin it down at the ends because it's a little too thick. Swoosh. Swoosh. You know, lately I've been in the mood for like something to assemble, but Lego sets can be a little too expensive for me, so I might actually get a Gundam kit instead. Like I did try doing a few Lego sets back in the day, but I feel like I wasn't quite getting enough from like it was a little too easy for me, so yeah, hopefully the Gundam sets will give me a little more entertainment. So. Alright, so gem. Sorry, I keep forgetting to name my layers, so let's fix that real quick. Clothing. Okay. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. I know there's adult sets too, but yeah, I haven't really gotten those. I can't really get anything too big, so because I don't really have the physical space for it, but something that's a little bit on the smaller side should be fine. Oops. Lego's remedy for the specific point is to buy the sets that have like 20 plus bags, but they really pass 200 euro. Oh wow. Or like Technic, but Technic is not to any scale or standard. I see. I see. Yeah, I'm not like super knowledgeable about Lego stuff. Oh, hold on. Lego stuff or anything. Like I wasn't like super into it as a kid, but you know, was a little more open to it as an adult. Oops, hold on. Okay. Okay. You know, made the line art a bit of a red, warm red. Okay. Alright, keep trying to breathe. Alright, so I'm just gonna add a highlight here real quick. So. Okay, that didn't do what I want. Oh yeah, I was on the wrong layer. Okay. Right, there's that. Yeah, I don't think I actually heard of Technic before, so... Yeah. Alright. Sorry, I just like thinking it's time to start doing a little bit of shading, so... I try not to do too much rendering for these, but... Yeah, I thought it does like kind of bring in some visual interest when I actually do that, or color them in, so. You know, let's get a shading layer. So I usually apply the shading colors in full opacity, but then I'll lower the opacity later on, so yeah. So I'm trying to choose a color real quick. It's also set on multiply layer, so I'm actually working with kind of a magenta shade color this time. I think I tend to often use like purple over skin tones, like a warm violet. So this is a little bit warmer than I usually work with. All right. So fill this in. Now I'll just fill all of this in. Okay. So of course we got to get under the nose. Honestly, get the nostrils too. Okay. All right. Okay. And I'm just kind of fill in this bit. So, basically go under the hair, because that's where the cast shadows should be. Alright, fill it in, fill it in. Go over here, too. Then a little bit here. Just do all of this. Okay. So zoom out. Make sure to add some detail around this eye area right here. Like around the crease and everything. Okay, zoom back out. Or didn't really need to zoom back out, but you know. Honestly, erase a little bit right here because not actually getting hit by anything. Okay, and then get the edge of the face around here. So first do this cat shadow real quick. Honestly, a little bit of shading under the head, especially since she's actually supposed to be lifting her head a little bit, I think. I'm not the best about dealing with lifted heads, but you know. Alright, and then we can erase a little bit, so. Okay, and then I'll do this. I'm gonna erase a bit more of this, because it's a bit of a mess right now. Okay. Okay. Alright. Alright, and then get under the eye a bit. I think I forgot to do that. Of course, gotta get inside here. So, yep. Okay. Just clean it up. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Okay. Okay. Of course, we gotta start rendering these lips. Okay. First, I gotta get the cat shot of the upper lips real quick. Okay. And try to keep it a little bit simple for this. So. And we gotta get this little area right here. So, yep. Okay. Of course, gotta put a cast shadow for the necklace. Okay. And then lower the opacity, so. Alright. Made it a little bit darker. So, let's do the iris real quick. So, she has, like, really dark eyes, so there's probably not gonna be... I don't want to, like, lighten them too much, so... Alright. Okay, really dark. Put a bit of pupil right here. Okay, you can't really see much on this side. First gotta get a little bit of shading in. And then I like to actually put a little bit of the base color back in with the... Okay, I didn't do anything, but okay, there. Put a little bit of the base color back into the pupil. And I'll lighten up this up a bit, so... And I'll keep it simple, so... Okay. Hold on. Okay, we add a little bit of base color back into that little bit, so there's... Alright. I don't know, I might darken this back down. Nope. Oh crap, I messed up the stabilization. Alright, come back to 80. Yeah, I tend to keep my stabilization really high, so... Oops. Yeah, but what I meant to do is adjust the opacity, so... Okay. We should probably give her a actual highlight in their eyes. I don't normally put highlights in the eyes, because... for reasons. Okay. Kind of wondering if I should render the hair or not. So... Oh, let's do a little bit of rendering. Won't kill anyone. Okay, so multiply. Just kind of go in here. Let's see if I can do it somewhat quickly. Okay, so we do this. It'd be a pain in the butt to get filled, but you know. Yeah, I should be able to warm this up. Maybe? No. Oh well, okay. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I don't want to spend too much time on it, but you know, enough time to make it look okay. Actually, see how it looks. You know what? I think I'm just gonna leave the hair like flat. I might add a vague indication of a highlight, but oh, like put a lighter layer on top of the around here. So let's put a add glow. Kind of sort of basically soften this up a bit, then lower the opacity, and then just kind of do I don't know about the line, but yeah, just a little bit lighter. So yep, okay. Anyways, I'll just go back to the skin layer. Name this shadow. Okay, and then I'll add a little bit of highlights. So yep, kind of make the area pop out a bit more. So at the tip of it. Sorry, I had to go AFK for it a bit, but Technic is Lego's mechanical assembly brand where you actually build chassis out of rods rather than bricks. Ah, I see. So is that supposed to be like Bionicle then? Or is it something else? Sorry, I'm like very not knowledgeable about like, you know, mechanical stuff or assembly. You know, I've very much been focused on the 2D art for most of my life, so. Okay. You remember those rods with the holes in the axle rods to fit Bionicle also had? Yeah, mostly that. I see. Alright. Oops. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about then. Okay. Well, I'm just putting down some highlights or highlights over the eyelid. Just very shiny. Okay. You know, it's good enough. I forgot to shade the ear, but oh well. Okay. So, I think she's basically done. Okay, so I only took about 2 hours to line and color in, which is nice. But I'll go ahead and save real quick, and then I'll figure out a background color for her. Okay, maybe something a little bit bluer. Maybe something a little, maybe this teal color. I kind of like using the a minty teal color in the background, but okay, hold on a second. Gotta change the canvas size to like this. And then after that, I will add a gradient. So kind of make this a lot darker, set it to multiply real quick. Okay. Yep, and then I'll basically set down this multiple or a gradient to kind of darken it a little bit. And yeah. Okay, so okay. Sorry, I'm just kind of like looking at my art piece. Yeah, not bad, I don't think. Just save again. But yeah, this should be a Mersha then. I'm just gonna take a short break and then I'm gonna goof off a little bit with my full body image. And then basically I have a character lineup with my OCs and I kind of want to just dump add her there because actually there's one thing I missed. Hold on. But yeah, I want to get more coffee and water. Probably take a visit to the little ghost room, you know. Sorry, I keep calling it that because I think it's funny, but... Alright, hold on a sec. Okay, actually make this so... I'll make this absolute white. Okay. On brand, tea bricks. Nice. Yeah. Alright. Yep. Yeah, I'll just set it to the BRB screen. So, like, I wouldn't mind having Mersha just sit here, but, you know, just so people know I'm on off. So, yeah, I'll be back soon. All right. Thanks, Rick. All right, I'm back, everyone. Just let me settle back down. So, get back in. Okay. All right. So, let me just stare at this a few more minutes. Well, maybe not minutes, probably just a few more seconds. Oh, wow, nice. And I should probably just go ahead and start, start working on this for a bit. This is, I wanted to do a little headshot for VO, because he's, I haven't worked, so people, like, know what he's, looks like under the hood. Because his hood does hide a lot of his features. Okay, I already included the headshot info, but... Okay, so, yeah, I don't mind, like, starting us, or, like, showing off my sketching phase for just, like, if it's just, like, these headshots, because they tend to be simple and quick, but yeah, I kind of started this, right before the stream, so... Yeah, so, just kind of hopefully this doesn't take too long. I don't really want to take ages on this, so... I'm gonna drag this across my bar real quick. You guys can't see, but... Yeah, can't see it, but... Try to put it next to, the official reference, so... Yeah, I feel like, Okay, hold on. I feel like one of his eyes... Maybe try to even these eyes out a little bit, so... Use the liquefy tool, that's what I use. Yeah, it seemed like their heights were a little bit different, so... Anyways... Yeah, I should be able to post, the Mersha drawing, off stream. Because I usually want to set up their AF page before I actually... Yeah, I want to post them on ArtFight before that. What? Oops, sorry, hold on a second. Okay, skip. I'm just skipping this, okay. Adds a little bit of mystery to him, but yeah, he's someone who likes to, or like kind of prefers to hide his face in general, but yeah, he's kind of a showy person, and he's kind of ashamed of some things he's done in the past, so he just kind of made a character, or like the guy essentially just made a character for himself and starts acting like he's that guy. So yeah, but yeah, he's also for some while his like story isn't necessarily solidified as for some quick lore, he's a magician who works at a circus. So and he has like basically illusion magic in this world. Like in this world, people have a bunch of people actually have elemental powers. So he's actually he actually has both light and shadow magic, and like and sorry, oh my god, like people or like in the power system, like light magic and dark magic can technically split each other. So he kind of splits the light magic with his shadow magic, and that's how he gets like all these different colors and how he makes illusions. Because people usually just produce white light with the light magic. But yeah. But yeah, he kind of keeps he likes to keep his face hidden from everyone, so. Yeah, his eye, actually his eye color and his hair color aren't those colors naturally. Yeah. His eye, like, they're different colors in actuality, but he colors his hair purple, so he partly to just change his appearance, but also because he likes purple, so. Okay, sorry. I'm just gonna... Actually, I should... Okay, his eye shape isn't too different from what I normally do, so... You know, just... I can keep it simple. Also, he sometimes tells people that he's a space elf, which is like his world's equivalent to aliens, which aren't confirmed, or I do not confirm or deny the existence of space elves, but yeah, he believes in aliens essentially. So. Yeah. But yeah, this dude has been like a little bit of a brainworm, so yeah, he does have like I did kind of like establish some of the aspects of his design like a few months back, but I never really got around to completing it or anything. I did do like a digital sketch of him in the past. Can space elves breathe in space? Maybe. No one knows for sure though. But yeah, that's why he actually has this like little ship over his hand, like a little illusion of a ship, because I basically tried to basically make a high fantasy version of a alien conspiracy theorist. So like basically spaceships probably look a little bit... People think the spaceships look kind of like the ships you see in the Treasure Planet, so... Like galleons and stuff. Yeah, and sometimes you have to hunt the space leviathan and catch some space fish. Okay. So, try to mark out the edges of his face. Yeah, now that I think about it, I wonder if I should include a high fantasy Area 51. Actually, boat-shaped spaceships are a trend that needs to return. Yeah. Honestly, I agree. Yeah, as someone who's always loved Treasure Planet, I say that I agree with your statement. To be honest, I think the concept of like aliens in a high fantasy world sounds like it would be kind of interesting. Treasure Planet, Skylanders, and then what? Yep. Honestly, I haven't seen too many of those kinds of, I haven't seen too many examples of that trope, to be honest. Okay. Sorry, I'm just gonna fill in the pupils. I meant to say, fill in the irises. Sorry. Alright. I'm gonna flip the canvas back to see if it looks okay. I don't know. Sorry, I'm just trying to... Trying to resize the liquify tool properly. This is actually more like His head isn't as angled as I usually tend to draw heads, so kind of trying to get the angle right. Yeah, I usually draw faces in a 3/4 angle, so. Okay. You know what? I'm going to give him a beauty mark. So. I feel like I haven't seen many I haven't, like, been working with many characters with beauty marks for a while, so, yeah. I just like beauty marks, I'm going to be honest. Honestly, my character Barrio probably would have had a beauty mark if there wasn't so many, like, details on his face already. So, you know, it's got, like, the shadow over the upper part of his face, so, you know, I didn't want to put too many details. There's also the eye bags, too. Alright, let's just sketch out the mouth real quick. I know I often tried to give my characters beauty marks in games, too, so. Okay. Try to alter the mouth a bit. I just want him to have, like, a small smile, so. Alright. Lower the nose a bit. Actually make the eyes a bit bigger. I just feel like giving him giving him bigger eyes, so. Okay. Honestly, I kind of want to make his eyelashes a bit bigger too, so. Or thicker, I should say. Just gonna give this a little bit of a curve at this edge right here. Basically to make him look like he's smiling. Okay. Yes, but yeah, so space cells aren't actually like a thing that's confirmed to actually exist in this world, in this guy's world, so. He's just kind of a little bit of a conspiracy. He just kind of like believes in them, so. Okay, so I'm just marking out the head right here. Alright, try to pull. Alright. Yeah, I'm trying to pull in my visible sketchbook right here, so try to put it on my desk. Because I actually have I'm on the page where I sketched out some of his design elements, mostly just hair, but yeah. So let's start a new layer. Actually, I almost forgot something. The ears. Yeah, in his world, everyone just has pointy ears, because I like the pointy ears. Kind of like Val and Maven's world, where everyone, like, almost everyone has, like, pointy ears. Yeah, I'm a pointy ears lover, so. Okay. Sorry, I'm just keep fiddling with things. Just maybe angle these a little bit more. Okay. Nope, wait, I'm not done. Sorry. Okay. Okay, now we can do the hair. All right, make sure that that I'm not in the reverse view or flipped view. I tend to use flipped view a lot, but I don't really want to use it right now because, you know, sometimes I forget to change out a flipped view, and then I draw the hair backwards. So his hairstyle is the kind that has the bangs kind of crossing each other. Because I seen that kind of design around a few here and there, and I thought it was kind of cute. So yeah, I wanted to incorporate it with some of my characters. All right, just gonna keep on looking between it. Yeah, I think his hair was technically supposed to be a bit on the fluffy side, so these little fluffy ends. Yeah, I'll just leave it for now. Look at my reference. So, have another little fluffy. Honestly, Alright, so let's just mark out the top of his head right now. Okay. Then look over to the... Okay, so these side pieces, I'm just going to mark it out real quick. And then kind of in between these two, there's a bit of hair that flips out. And it's the same on the other side, so... Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, now I'm kind of wondering how many fantasy stories actually include things like that. Like, I mean the aliens I'm talking about. Sorry, I've been like rewatching Don 2, so because season 2 is about to come out, and now I'm kind of like thinking about aliens. Because then, for those who don't know, Don's a story that includes both aliens and yokai, which are like fantasy or like mystical creatures in Japan. And these here aren't quite as even, so yeah. All right. Yeah, there's include a little bit of the hair behind, even though most of it gets blocked off by the side pieces. Spooky ghost yokai, yeah. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I'm almost done rewatching the first season, and then I just gotta wait until season 2 comes out, so. And okay, just kind of draw these out. Okay, actually, maybe lower the beauty mark. All right. Okay, keep flipping it over. Flip it again. Okay. Yeah, maybe this bit right here should be smidge high. No, not that one. Right here should be maybe a smidge higher, just smidge lower here. And I kind of want his face to be a slightly, or just a little bit more delicate, so. A little bit softer. Okay. Yeah, something I realized with 3D is apparently when I draw faces forward, they might be a bit too slim when I draw them directly forward, because I guess faces that look directly forward tend to end up looking tend to look a little more chubby, I guess. Not chubby, but, you know, wider. So when I try to model using the references that are drawn in the style that I tend to draw in, they end up looking like way too thin when I put it into orthographic, or I turn off orthographic view. I don't know, it's kind of nuts, but yeah, it's something that I've been kind of struggling with on the 3D. So yeah, I have to figure that out again sometime later once I get back into that. Okay. I'm just gonna add more detail here, and I'll just merge these. And real quick, I will just kind of shade in the hair, just to make it kind of stick out from the skin. And then after that, I'll get to lining the headshot, and then I'll probably sorry, I keep blinking out. Yeah, I'll color it in, and then, you know, that'll be it. I'll probably also do a quick drawing of the back side of his hair, but I'll probably just do that off stream. Yeah, I tend to do those kinds of sketches, or, you know, back of the head sketches, kind of quick and dirty, because I don't really have the energy to spend too much time on that. Okay, so I merged this down too, and I'll lighten this up. Okay, yeah, it looks okay, I think. Okay, so hold on. I can't make any decisions. No. No. Just trying to alter a few things real quick before I get on with it. Just make this upper lip a bit thicker. Lengthen the nose a bit. Okay. Zoom out. Okay, so now let's just do the lining. Yeah, I don't want to spend too much time on these quicker references, just because I want to get moving with as I said before, I don't want to burn myself out before the event even begins. Alright. So let's get this nose drawn. Okay. Okay. I bet you will succeed in the event. All right, thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's just drawing and gifting people art, so it's usually not that. Usually, it's only as intense as you make it. I tend to go a little over the top, to be honest. So yeah, last year I spent like almost all my free time on drawing artifacts. So. Like technically there's 2 teams, and whoever like makes or whoever gets the most points wins, but you know, that's not the main part of the, you know, that's not truly what the event is about. But yeah, it's mostly just finding other people's characters to draw. So like I have a few characters that I do want to aim to draw, but, or character types I should say, but yeah. Oops. Clean this up a bit more. I still want to do like a circus themed OC, maybe 1 or 2 of those. Also, of course, some mermen. I don't know if Scott was here when I was saying it, but I want to do some like a mass attack using my little jelly bean chibis, because I think that would be cute. Maybe I can like, advertise that and see if people want to send in their characters. But yeah, kind of draw something cute. I don't do enough Jelly Bean chibis of like merfolk, so yeah. I know that they'll be cute. They're also like generally a lot less stressful to draw, so kind of one of the big reasons. Sorry. Ugh. Maybe I need to zoom out. Okay. Yes. I think maybe because of the because the overall image is thicker, it's suddenly a lot harder to make clean lines. Okay. Yeah, I keep telling myself, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Try to make things kind of look decent. Chibis are the more stressful ones. No, not the chibis. I meant to say that they're less stressful, so usually less stressful anyway. But yeah, like the little chibis I was talking about before. Yeah, these ones. You know, just like something very cute. Okay. Nope, wrong one. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, thinking about a mass attack, which is basically drawing a bunch of different OCs. OCs in a single piece. Nothing like monstrously huge, of course, but you know, just kind of maybe a scene in like a cove or something. Yeah, maybe I can announce it on Blue Sky at some point. Not sure when the best time to announce it would be, but you're not really supposed to work on your attacks beforehand, so you know you can get in trouble if you do that. But shouldn't hurt to like at least announce the idea of it. You know, announce my intentions to the world. All right. So, sorry, I'm being a little bit quiet, just kind of concentrating. Okay. You know, probably shouldn't be marking out my shadows with the line art. Like, sometimes it's fun to do it like this, but, you know, it kind of looks a little bit odd at the end, I think. Yeah, okay. Especially since I'm not doing it with the face. Oops. Now we do these eyelashes right here. Kind of just mark out the usual spot. Okay. Sorry, I'm being quiet again. Well, let's just drink my coffee before it gets cold again. All right. But yeah, it would be my first time doing a math attack. I don't draw enough like scene, or I guess I don't think I draw enough like scenes, so it'll be good practice in that sense too. Scenes being like art that kind of takes place in a actual environment and like everyone's doing stuff. I tend to like focus a lot on the single characters, so. Okay, I'm gonna actually. Yeah, maybe I can do like 10 or 11, I think. All right. Oops. Keep like, launching myself everywhere. Okay. Try to remember how I'm supposed to do this. Okay. Mark these eyes out. Okay. All right. Oh yes, and I must fill this in. So. Okay. Oop. Get this stuff done. See, I always feel like scenes would be cheating for me because I generally just plop characters in 3D render spaces, but also I don't have other people's character meshes, so it wouldn't matter either way. I see. Yeah, I imagine the art fight would be pretty intense for people who do 3D. One of the VTubers that I follow, I think she's actually planning on doing 3D modeling for people's characters rather than like 2D stuff, so like I saw her doing like a practice one. Yeah, I don't know how long it usually takes for people to model, but yeah, I imagine it's gonna be kind of crazy. Yeah, I think some people actually do like crafts for art fight too. Like they might like knit or crochet. I mean, they might like crochet other people's OCs and stuff. Oops. Okay, this looks terrible. Okay. No, crazy people. All right, so try to. Okay. All right, right now I'm just kind of lining the sideburns. I guess not really sideburns, but some of the front side bits, side bangs. Okay. Yeah. Clean this up right here. Okay. I know that last year I did like draw a lot more environments than what I'm used to. But I think at some point I just started like painting the like doing like kind of a sloppier paintings of the environments because it's getting kind of worn out from them. Like that one mermaid with the trident, I kind of just put down the environment because, you know, the environment is supposed to be part of the composition, so I can't exactly just leave it out. But yeah, I was definitely feeling kind of tired. Yeah, I think there's like also one piece where I just kind of included some clouds and stuff. Like it said, basically, I kind of claimed that was just like a fog. He was walking through a fog because there were like no highlights either. So it's like basically very, very diffused lighting. But yeah. Yeah, my energy was definitely like diffused by the end there. I know there's like one piece that I just straight up forgot to add the highlights to, so it doesn't seem like anyone noticed though, so there's that at least. Hmm. Yeah, but yeah, let's see if I remember not to wear myself out. You know, if I don't get back into 3D, if I don't get back into Blender by July, I'll definitely be getting back to Blender by August. It's definitely need 3D as I'll definitely need something to act as a break. Alright, so let's set the eyebrows real quick. Let's look at his. Oh yeah, I can't see his eyebrows. I'll just give him normal eyebrows though. Yeah, admittedly, I don't put a ton of thought into the structure of the eyebrows. Actually, I want them to be a little bit thinner. Like in general, I don't like put a ton of thought into the actual structure of eyebrows. Cause yeah, honestly, I'm not that great at like drawing them, so. So I just kind of do the same eyebrows for almost everyone. Okay. Kind of looks like he's smirking, to be honest. Yeah, it's not really meant to be supposed to be smirking. Okay. Oh, I really like your eyebrows. But I'm sorry, my animation engine is still broken and I've burnt out on YouTube for a bit, so it all hit me at once, so I'm sorry to hear that. But I'm liking this art break, I guess. Alright. Yeah, hopefully this is hopefully you get re-energized. But and I'm glad you like my eyebrows. It's just yeah, it's just something that I struggle with a little bit. I don't know, it's more noticeable when I'm trying to match other people's OCs. Like if I'm trying to do thick eyebrows, that's where I struggle. Or like try to do distinguished eyebrows, I guess. Like it doesn't really matter when it's my character, but when it's other people's characters, it's a little more of a concern, you know? Because sometimes like thick eyebrows are sometimes like the eyebrows are meant to be kind of unique and distinguished. Okay. All right. Okay, I still need to line the mouth. But yeah, I do tend to aim for more delicate eyebrows, I guess, because I like to give delicate features to I guess I give my characters delicate features. I think that's the best way to put it. I have a type, you know. That's what I'll just say, I have a type. Okay. Okay. Let me just I'll start adding a little bit of ambient occlusion with line art, and then I'll move on to the basic colors. Yeah, I forgot to draw clothes on him. Oh well, it's just a headshot. Yeah, clothing isn't really a big deal if it's just a headshot. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Okay. Yeah, it might work. Okay. Actually, I'm not sure about this placement. Hold on, let me zoom out. I'll put it on his other eye. And I'll just fill it in, so. Kind of have to keep it near the eyes because it's not a part of the main reference. So, you know, I basically have to stick it under the mask somewhere. Okay. I will mark out this little bit right here. All right. So I zoom out. Okay. Now I'll just add more weight to the neck right here. And also mark out this area. Okay. Kind of just nitpicking this. Okay, so let's just go ahead and start laying down colors. So let's go back here. Oop. And I'll put a base down for the skin. So first I need to turn the line art into a reference layer. Just kind of boop, boop. Also, I need to darken this, darken the background so I can see clearly. Now, he's got very light skin, so I want to make sure I can actually see what I'm doing. You know, have it not match directly to the canvas color. Yeah, I tend to use like off-white or beige for my base background for my canvas, and then I just turn it gray afterwards. You know, kind of a cream color, like how a lot of paper is. Yeah, how a lot of drawing paper is sold. That's usually the color I have for my base canvas. All right, and then grab the base color for his hair. Part of me is thinking that maybe I should leave it flat. I don't know. Just to make sure that people can... Actually, I'll just put a little color. Throw it down as base colors somewhere. I think that might actually be a better idea. Yeah, it's just like a lot of it's kind of colored in by the lighting, so... Or covered by the lighting and shading, so... Yeah, I forgot what it's going to grab, actually. You know what, I'll get the skin tone again, just real quick. Okay. Alright, now I'll make a brand new layer. I'll call it palette. And that way, I can just have the his base colors ready, so I make a big circle. Oh, come on. Too big. Okay, 200 maybe. Boop. Yeah, and I'll just lay it down so people know what to use. Okay, and then I can like render the skin and hair a bit. So it pops a little bit more. Okay. Zoom in, take out the base iris color. Then boop. Okay. Alright. You know, the headshot isn't perfect, but it's good enough. Alright, let's get back to the skin layer real quick, and I'll start coloring it in. So, since he's so pale, I'll use more of a something that's a lot more pink for his skin tone. Because usually the like I forgot what the exact name is, but like the undercolors or the undertones, yeah, it's called the undertones. Those tend to be more visible on paler skin, so. Like, you can still see undertones on, like, darker skin, of course, but, you know, it's more obvious here. Okay, so there's the blush. I'll add a little bit more to the lips right here. And I might tone it down on the nose and the ears, so. He's not actually supposed to be blushing, I don't think, so. Yeah, I'll just tone it down a bit. Okay. Yeah, just maybe add a little bit more color to these right here. Okay. Just real quick, I will press the looping option on my playlist just to make sure it loops. Hopefully. Okay, I'm just gonna. Yeah, it's good enough. Normally, I'd probably try to make this nicer, but you know, trying to get the work done. Had to stretch real quick. Hold on. Okay, I am gonna make these eyebrows a bit thicker though. Yeah, I think it's just because of the expression he's putting on. Usually you want the eye that's a little bit further away to be a bit rounder, but you know, I tried making the expression I don't normally draw, so. Anyways, I forgot to color in these eyebrows, so I'll come in with a darker color, because I usually like to make the eyebrows a little bit darker than the rest of the hair. Okay, and back to the skin tone. Okay. So I'm just like to add eyeshadow, because just for the sake of it. I'll actually make this a bit warmer though. Just gonna add a little more, might actually add a little bit of blue for this one. And of course bring it back with some magenta. So. Okay. Especially right here. You know, I used to add, actually add like the tear duct. I actually don't know if it's called the tear duct, but the little corner of the eye being actual like flesh being pink. But I realized I haven't been doing that for a while. I don't know why. Not sure why I stopped doing that. Oh, someone came home. Someone's coming home. I don't know if you can hear it, but the dog's starting to bark. And I think the skull layer is just going to be on its own layer for now. Ooh, doggy, yep. Yeah. Not entirely sure if it's mother or the brother, but probably mom. If he's like, because he tends to like freak out when mom comes home. Because she's like his favorite human. His favorite human is mom, so. Okay. Go around this side. Okay. Boop, boop. Yeah, I forgot to use the paint can, so I'll just do that real quick. Okay. I almost forgot the teeth. So I'll just put the teeth on the actual skin layer, so. And I actually lower this, actually make the teeth a little bit close to the skin color, because I think I saw that someone do something like that in a comic. In a comic, like they drew the teeth being closer to the skin color, and I kind of decided that I kind of liked it, so I started copying that. So hold on. Name the layer Scalera. Okay, and then I'll name this other layer Iris. Okay. So get the iris color. This very like bright minty green. I think it was like an FF14. They had a color that's kind of similar to this, and they named it Celeste Green. So I keep calling it like Celestial Green or something, which I know is probably not what I should call it, but no, I feel like it's a good color to use for like space themed stuff, more spacey themed stuff. But yeah. Okay. So just kind of looking at this, I think it's time to start with the shading. So I'm actually going to drag the sketch layer back on over the skin, because I want to get this stuff. All right, and I'll start now blocking out the shadows. Sorry, I keep getting a little bit distracted. All right, so I'll use this color for the skin. Okay, so I mark out this. Getting on, basically marking out these the shadows, and I'll make it, and I'll clip it to the skin layer, so I try not to worry about the fact that it's going over right now. You gotta remember the cast shadows. Okay. Okay, make sure to close this off right here. Boop. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure who's home yet, but okay, try to remember to shape the ears now. Fill in. Okay. Okay, try to mark out the edges. Add some shading to the edge here, so it looks like it's being rounded, I should say. Okay. Hold on. Now try to mark out the Y in the ear, because I've been told that it looks like there's like the ear has a Y shape in it, but I'm not sure if it's true all the time, but I know there's like a lot of examples where it does seem to be the case. I'm not someone who just like stares at people's ears, so yeah, I can't confirm if it's like always true or not. Just saw it in a drawing tutorial long ago. Not necessarily true all the time, but I see where they're coming from. Yeah. But yeah, I kind of just I kind of just follow that rule when I draw ears, so. Like I can kind of see it in my own ears, so, and my family members' ears too. But again, I don't really stare at people's ears, so. Okay. Since I haven't really marked out the shadow areas here, I'll just try to fly by the puff. Okay. Get this area. Okay. Okay, zoom out again. Fill this in. Okay. And yeah, this I think this headshot's gonna be the last thing I do for the stream, so I mean it's still a little ways away, cause of course, but I still have to like render the hair a little bit or add some shading to the hair. I've mostly been doing cell shading. Yeah. Yeah, I'll leave like the back of the head reference for off stream. Like I'm not sure how many people would need that, but like judging by my sketch, I think it's kind of a pretty hairstyle, so I'm gonna get the back up. So I kind of just want to show it off. Alright. Alright, so let's just do this. I'm just gonna fill it in. Okay. Alright, and I'll clean the edge right here. Nope, okay, hold on. Clean the edge right here. Okay, try not to be too messy, but definitely not used to cell shading. Cell shading. It's been a long time since I shaded any shells, or drew shells, for that matter. Alright. Okay. Afterwards, I might go back onto the art fight Discord server just because to see if I can find more clown OCs. Don't think I found like quite the right clown for me, but I don't know if you were here last week too when I said it, but I'm kind of thinking I kind of want to try and draw a clown OC this month, or this art fight, I should say. You know, not this month, but next month. Because as I said before, this guy works in a circus, so I'm kind of in the mood to draw a few circus OCs. Okay, so let's shade the lips real quick. Oh yeah, so also another kind of unrelated, but I've been looking into this thing called Fugitect, which is supposed to let you like show off like little PNGs for if you're doing a Discord call on stream. So, you know, and it's basically, I think maybe like yesterday or the day before was like the first time I ever downloaded Discord as an actual app, because all this time I've been using Discord as a browse in the browser form. So yeah, it's been a little hard to get used to it. You know, it's not like horribly hard. It's just using Oh, hey, Syntix. Thank you for following. Oh, wait, you rated me. Oh, hey there. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming here. I'm just doing a drawing right now. This is basically a basic reference for Art Fight, which is a art trading game event. I don't know if you guys heard of it or not, but yeah, thank you for all coming and thank you for rating Syntix. Looking nice. Thank you. Yeah, beforehand I actually did. Oh, hey, thank you for following me, Nakuz. Sorry, I might be mispronouncing it. Uh, yeah, I'm trying to show you what I worked on before. But yeah, this is what I drew beforehand, but yeah. Yeah. Hello, Syntax. Ha ha ha, it's okay. Yeah. Sorry, I just need to take a quick drink. Got to raid and run for dinners. All right. I hope you have a good dinner then, Syntax. Thank you for raiding. But yeah, again, hello, everyone. Okay. Oh, they are so good. Nice job. Thank you. Yeah, this is the final full body reference that I'm going to be doing for my characters on Art Fight, because I've been drawing a bunch of them lately, like all week and a little bit longer. But yeah, at this point, I'm just trying to do like headshots and, you know, just like to show off like what this guy looks like without the hood. Because, okay, this is his full reference, which I just finished last night. Yeah, but yeah, I've been just doing a bunch of character drawing, so I guess for an introduction to the people who don't know me, I am Varya the Verding Ghost. I'm a art-focused YouTuber, but I also do gaming streams. You know, this is the second raid I ever had, and like the first raid I ever had was actually like last Wednesday night, so this is all kind of new to me. But yeah, I hope you guys like what you see. But yeah, I stream every Tuesday and Friday for art streams, and then Wednesday night for gaming. You know, I might do a few more streams here, and might do some extra streams sometime soon, but not on regular days. So I always think to enter Art Fight, but somehow I missed the whole thing. Oh wow. I mean, it's about to start this year, so if you're still interested. But yeah, so right now I'm just doing this headshot, and then I'm probably gonna end the stream afterwards. But yeah, hopefully you guys like what you see. Right now I've just been shading the skin, so okay. Sincade, lurking. All right. Hello, Sincade. Thank you for following. I hope your day goes well. And thanks for the lurk. But yeah, sorry if I keep turning my head like crazy. I actually have my model angled for the art streams because I tend to like look at my tablet, which is down here. I also actually just made this little canvas for my streams, which is pretty new. Like, it's kind of simple, but yeah, you're welcome. I'm a new streamer too. I see. Yeah, I've only been streaming for a few months, but yeah, hopefully you guys like what you see from my art. This is an older painting. You know, I'm a little bit active on Blue Sky, so if you want to see more of my art, you can look there or look on Kara if you're interested in that kind of thing. But yeah, I'm just showing off a few of my art pieces that I coincidentally have open. But yeah, you guys can look at more if that interests you. But you know, right now I'm gonna try and get back to my art piece here, so gotta try and do a little bit of shading for the iris, and then try to shade the hair a bit. First stream was last night, second will be tonight. Oh, cool. I wish you luck on your second stream. Are you like a gamer? Do you like focus on playing games, or do you like do other stuff like arts or crafts or whatnot? Yeah, I think I forgot to ask Syntax how his stream went, so yeah, hopefully his stream went well. Oh, hey, Ray. Thank you. Thanks for chatting. I hope you like what you see here. You know, sorry, my brain is starting to short wire. I didn't know Sin rated out. I know, pay attention. I see. Yeah, sorry I haven't been able to pop into any... haven't, like, been able to pop into your streams quite yet. I almost, like, managed to get into one, but then I, like, walked out to, you know, get water or something, and then I saw that you... Then you kind of rated out before I can, like, say anything, so... Yeah, it was like a VR chat. I almost managed to pop into your VR chat stream, but... Yeah, hopefully one day I'll be able to actually participate. So sorry about that. But yeah, right now I'm just kind of working on my, you know, Star Magician guy. You're okay. I see. Yeah, sometimes I miss the rates too, so I know the feeling. Sorry, I'm trying to breathe. Okay. Okay. You're okay. I only streamed for like a short while, and lately it's been like 3 a.m. VRC streams. I see. Yeah, I don't normally watch VR streams, but I've been kind of interested in seeing what those are about. But yeah, unfortunately, I just haven't been able to catch up. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Okay. Yeah, I was using the wrong tool right then, so I'm trying to like bring this up, this a bit lower in, so. Yeah, I'm not, you know, this isn't my proudest work right here, but I didn't want to like spend too long on a headshot, so. Okay, hold on. Just gonna make this lighter. Make this darker. Okay. It's mostly me bouncing around with flow toys and vibing and yapping with chat. Lol, I see. Also, I just remembered something. Sorry to... Yeah, I think, like, Scott dropped some, chat messages. So Shaded... Okay, I'll try to catch up. So Shaded is one of those phrases like, sunshine, I can't. Oh, I don't need a clownos say, yeah, I use my mirror sash. Oh, no. Yeah. Yeah, sorry to miss your messages. Scott, sorry. Yeah, my brain's like really short-circuiting right now. Yeah. Yeah, I've been trying to stream longer lately, so you know, like trying to aim for 4-hour streams, and I'm not sure if I'm entirely used to it, so. My life isn't really exciting, so I kind of have a hard time, like, dropping stories for people, but yeah, hopefully you guys like what you see, though, so. At least be, like, somewhat interesting. Okay, I'm gonna move on to this hair layer, and I'll try to shade it real quick, so. I misspelled that. Oh well. You guys can't see my misspelled layer, so. I actually try to shade this guy with, like, use, like, more saturated shading for this dude, just because, his hair color isn't actually purple. He uses, like, sort of like a mix of light and dark magic to cast illusions. So he actually makes his hair look purple rather than it be its actual hair color. So now I try to make it a little bit, like, luminescent. I don't think that's the right word, but, you know. Luminous, maybe. Nakaz, you have a very clean style. Thank you. I actually normally do like paint like digital paintings rather than cell shading, so this stuff isn't like quite my norm, but oh my god, sorry. I always scroll on the edges, and that kind of launches my canvas around. And okay, and the dog's barking again. But yeah, let me show you something that's a little more normal for me, because normally my art isn't like super clean or anything, but I've been doing a lot more like cell shading, so for the art fight. Yeah, my art style looks more like this kind of thing, so, you know, very painterly and all that. Yeah, sorry I had to be a little bit distracted from the main piece, but nice. Thank you. Yeah, I'm still kind of proud of this piece, but kind of digital paintings. I love that piece. Thank you. And I also like do this kind of art style sometimes. These like little chibis. I don't know. I really like this piece because I think like Chamil, the little girl right here, looks super cute. So I think that was the first piece I ever saw in your streams. Oh yeah, actually I think that was because he kind of popped in from like someone else's stream. So yeah, I think that's where we kind of first met. But yeah, I haven't like done any paintings for a little bit though, because I've been trying to make references for Art Fight. But yeah, so next month is probably just going to be it's kind of mostly going to be a bunch of art fight stuff, because try to draw a bunch of OCs and stuff. But I also might try and mix up Blender streams in there too, if possible. Because I've been trying to get into 3D art lately, but I haven't done any 3D streams quite yet. So hold on, I need to like stop and breathe. I don't talk a ton in real life, so I think I kind of like. So when I try to like yap a lot, I end up getting kind of lightheaded. So my body isn't quite used to me talking. So yeah. Sorry if you hear the dog too. He's someone's outside. Yeah, I live with other people, so he tends to bark. Yeah, that's how he sounds. Oops. Okay, let me just get back to shading real quick. Okay. And I'm just filling these shadows. Alright, try to clean this up slightly. Great dog impression. Thank you, thank you. Blender don't like to be streamed. Ha 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 ha. I once tried and it was glitching so bad. Oh. I didn't know that. I know some people like stream Blender, so yeah. I guess I'm not sure how my computer will handle it though. It wouldn't hurt to try though, still. Like, I am supposed to have, this is supposed to be like a gaming laptop, but I don't know, I feel like my computer's a little weaker than it should be sometimes. Or at least it heats up more than it should. It's a trail error thing. I see. Yeah, I guess I'll have to look into that. But I still want to give it a shot, so. If I don't stream Blender on July, I'll just stream it on. I'll probably be I'll probably be trying it on August, because, I'll probably be like a little bit burnt out from 2D art by then. I tend to spend a lot of time on Art Fight. Okay, I need to take a good sip. Yeah, chug this water. Okay, so I'm just gonna mark out the hair right here. I'm gonna look away from chat for a few seconds. What am I doing? Okay. Yeah, try to figure out what I'm doing real quick. I actually might need to pop in a cough drop pretty soon too, so. I finally managed to remember to get the cough drops, so. Yeah, sometimes if I talk too much, my throat will hurt, so. Yeah. I try to take cough drops to help with that. But yeah, after this piece, I'll probably end the stream, so. Yeah, I don't want to hurt myself too much. Yeah, I was originally planning to have the stream be a little bit shorter, but, maybe not. What tablet am I using? I'm using a Canvas Thro Cam Canvas Pro 13. Yeah, sorry. Uh, it's one of those laptop or tablets with a screen on it, so I actually use it as my second monitor. I actually tried to make... Oh, wrong setting, sorry. I actually tried to make myself a three-screen setup, but I just could never make it work. Sadly, I can't stay until the end. These work hours have been tiring me out lately, haha. But I hope the remainder of the stream is fun. All right, thank you for coming and chatting with me, Scott. I hope you're able to rest properly. Get a nice chill out, nice and get nice and chilled out. Yeah, I know the pain of the work hours. I have to work early. Like, I'm a night owl who works morning shifts, so I know the pain. I use my Wacom for that. Ha 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 ha. I see. Like, do you mean as like another monitor, or? Yeah, I imagine that there's some Wacoms that have monitors on them. My first tablet was actually a Wacom, but it didn't have a screen on it, so yeah. Sorry, I just need to breathe. Okay. Okay. All right, just gonna block in the rest of the shadows real quick. Not as clean as I hoped, but it's okay. Yeah, I filled it out. All right. So I'm just gonna block in this here. These parts are are further back, and then he has the two side hairs right here. Yeah, this OC has been a little bit of a brain worm for a while, but it's pretty recent that I was able to draw him out. Like, last stream I actually did that full body, but I kept getting stressed out by his color scheme because I couldn't like figure it out. But yeah, this is a lot easier, to be honest. Yeah, I want to actually kind of figured out his design a little bit, like at least like the physical parts, like a few months back, but I never was able to complete it. Yes, Wacom 1/2, I see. I see. The problem with the Wacom, though, for a while at least for me, was that I had a certain other type of laptop. I don't remember exactly which one it was, but when I got it, the Wacom wouldn't work with it, so it just straight up wouldn't work. So I tried to fix the drivers and everything, but yeah. So I just kind of had to stop doing digital art for a while. And it kind of sucked a lot because I really liked doing digital art. And also I couldn't do art for my RP groups because I used to do RP. I used to be a part of RP groups and on DeviantArt back in the day. So, and usually you were kind of expected to draw for your characters and stuff then. So that kind of blocked me from doing stuff for that. Sorta, at least. I tried doing traditional pieces, but looking back at those old pieces, they were pretty rough. So yes, they have problems sometimes. Yeah, definitely. Well, at least my canvas works. I quite like this thing. Yeah, I definitely like having the screen, to be honest. So it kind of feels more like traditional art when you're able to see what you're drawing on the surface itself. Okay, I'm gonna open my bag of cough drops, by the way. I just got it yesterday, so yeah. Yeah, my throat's stinging a little bit, but honestly, I've been having a few issues with my throat earlier today, so I wonder if it's like allergy season or something. I don't know. I don't remember getting allergies normally in July, or not June at least, but it's probably just pollen flying around. I started digital because of Deviant before I was doing only traditional. I see. Yeah, I used to remember really liking Deviant art back in the day, but yeah, things kind of went downhill after Eclipse. Because yeah, for those who don't know, there's like, sorry, I'm like blinking. The website kind of turned to they kind of redid the website and called it Eclipse mode, and that kind of like ruined a lot of the group functions. So, a lot of people started moving off because of that. Indeed, yeah. Like for the RP groups, they kind of like the mods there. They kind of like go back and edit the journals, which is like pretty bad because you needed to edit the journals usually. That's where they kind of show information for like contest and who's accepted or not. But yeah. Yeah, I think everyone just kind of decided to move to Discord eventually, so yeah, it's kind of how that happened. Okay, I think I'm gonna start shading the... Wait a second. Oh yeah, duh. Okay. I forgot to put the shading layer to it in clipping mask mode. So, whoops. Anyways. Actually, I want to see how it looks on the overlay real quick. Yeah, okay, you can't see it. Not the end of the world, but oh well. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if I should leave it like this or just try to put a little bit of lighting here. I'll mark out the highlights real quick. Usually I tend to go pretty hard with the rendering on stuff like this, but, I've been trying to kind of trying to move a lot more quickly, so... trying to keep things a little more on the simple side. But yeah, I figure I can just add a little bit of highlights to make it pop a bit. Maybe a highlight on the edge here. Then I tend to put a highlight over the eyelashes. But yeah, a lot of the art I've been doing hasn't really been too normal to my art style, as I said before, but it has been kind of fun to just like do the simpler style, so yeah. Yeah, I remember I used to like make a lot of different OCs back in the DA days, but I was also back in high school and early college, so I had like way more free time. So yeah. For reference, it's totally okay to be on the simpler side. Yeah. Just to let people know. Like, I usually like to keep my references more flat or simply shaded so people know what the base colors look like. Because when I like do paintings and stuff, the base color kind of disappears after a while, so yeah, it's just how I kind of do things. But yeah, honestly, these references in general have been a lot more simple, just because I've just been doing like simple full bodies. But last year I did make a reference that was like a full-on reference sheet for one of my characters, but it took like quite a bit of time for him because admittedly that one character had a pretty complicated design. Okay, hello, art is looking good. Oh hey there, Starry. Thank you for showing up. Yeah, I've just been working on this headshot. Beforehand, I've like finish this piece in a couple of hours, so I decided to work on this reference headshot so people know what my character looks like without the hood. This character specifically. Yeah. But yeah, I just kind of been finishing him up, and I'm probably going to just add a quick highlight to his hair, and then I'll probably be done with the stream, so it's just a fair warning. But yeah, thank you for showing up today. Oh, so pretty. I love the design. Thank you. Yeah, I've been working on my... Right, art fight? Yeah, it's for art fight. But yeah, I'm getting close to being done with the drawings, so I'll finally be free pretty soon. But yeah, I'm trying to not stress too much about the basic drawings for the basic references for art fight. Yippee! Yep. Sorry if I already asked you this, but do you plan on joining art fight, or do you just prefer to like observe and just take things easy? Yeah, sorry if I already asked you that. I just kind of not sure if I did or not. Because I know, sorry, voice crack. I know a lot of people out there have been like preparing, so. Right. Yep. But yeah, thank you again for showing up. Okay, right now, yeah, I'm just highlighting this guy's hair right now. Kind of going to keep it simple. Try to keep it to simpler highlights. I think I did actually accidentally just grab a light purple, so I'm going to change the actual colors of the highlights once I finish marking them out. But I was kind of hoping to do sort of a mix of a light pink and cyan, because I thought that would be pretty. That's sort of what I did with the base hair here. I'm not sure if you guys can see it all that much, but some of the highlights here are a little more blue, some of them are a little more pink. I just thought it would be pretty, so I think I said this before, but his hair color is like made out of light magic essentially, so it's not his natural hair color, so it ends up looking a little more luminescent. Yeah, his actual hair color is something different, so. Alright. I have never participated, and the thought of it stresses me out. But I hope you have fun. I see. That's fair enough. Yeah, I know some people don't really enjoy that kind of thing, but, I was just kind of curious. Oops. Dang it. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. I just had that on the wrong tool, I realized, so. Yeah, I had someone get kind of stressed out by that from last year, so, I understand that. It's not everyone's cup of tea. But I do kind of like participating in it in myself. I usually use it as a excuse to, try drawing character types that I don't normally try to draw, so. Basically kind of explore different designs and all that. But yeah, I was also thinking of like doing some more Jelly Bean Chibis for art fight, because I didn't do any chibi art last year, but my little Jelly Bean Chibis, that's what I like to call these. But yeah, I do love the variety of characters. Yeah, there's a lot of different type of characters that show up on art fight. Aw, yep. I don't know, I really like this. I don't know why I really like this, but I just think like little baby Chamille, that's her name, Chamille, is yeah, she looks super cute right here. So yeah. Yeah, that's my OC Chryseum and his daughter, by the way. Okay, sorry, I keep yeah, okay. Let's just do this. And I need to fix something real quick, so this is kind of a lazy method of mine, but I take the wet bleed blender, which is one of the base brushes to Clip Studio Art, and I just kind of blend it like that so that little artifact disappears. But yeah, I think I want to like do a bunch of little chibis for like as a mass attack for like some mermaids or merfolk in general. So, you know, I might like, I was thinking like announcing that on Blue Sky or something and asking if anyone wants to dedicate their OC. Yeah, mass attacks are basically when you draw like a ton of different characters, by the way. So, yeah, I was thinking maybe like 10 characters for that piece. Okay. Anyways, I'm trying to... Sorry if this part is a little less interesting. I just kind of... trying to get these highlights done. Yeah, but... yeah, I need to, like, change the color once I finish marking these out. So, oops. Getting a lot of little crunchies here. Okay, this isn't as sharp as I want it to be. Okay. Zoom out. Okay. Alright, so... but yeah, so... we are at the tail end of the drawing, I think, so... let me just kind of mark these out. Okay. And I know it's not, like, perfect or anything, but... like, perfectly marked out or anything, but... just trying to get this done. You know, after stream, I'm planning on, like, doing a quick reference for the back of his head, because I think he has, like, a pretty hairstyle. You know, it's kind of like that kind of hairstyle where it's, like, the long hair and, like the ponytail's, like, really low, so, you know, it kind of bulges out before the ponytail. You guys might see it. You guys might see it on Blue Sky, so... yeah, it's not going to be anything fancy, but... yeah. Okay, just kind of fill all this stuff in. Actually, this may be a little too strong right here, so... there, okay. Just kind of erase... wait. Okay, alright, sorry about that. Try to erase some of that. I'm just gonna clean it up, essentially. Alright. So, let's fill this in. Yeah, sorry if I'm not the best at conversing right now. I'm just kind of... I don't know what I'm doing with these highlights. Okay. Sometimes I try to figure out how to draw things faster, but not sure if it always helps. Not sure if it always helps, but I guess I've been able to move pretty fast lately. Okay. Alright, let's fill this in. You know, try to get these little corners right here. Clean it up. No, that's not what I wanted. Okay. Clean it up here. Okay. And I'm gonna go a little, oops, reach a little bit further right here. Okay. Sorry, I'm just taking off more, and I missed an entire spot. Okay. Alright. Now I'm just gonna use the lasso tool real quick, and just gonna erase. Okay. Speed running. Oh, sorry. I just saw your yes. I'm not really sure. Yeah, sorry if I'm not always watching the chat that closely. I'm just kind of... let's get here. All right. Okay, that's too big, actually. I'm just gonna... right here. Okay. All right, there. Maybe a little bit here. Just trying to mark out where the hair highlight should be at, so... Yeah, all right. Probably should have done this a bit earlier. Oh. Yeah, all right. There. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, food just appeared, so I can't really eat it exactly right now because I have the cough drop. I'm still sucking on my cough drop, but yeah, I'm probably gonna. Oh, no, no, no. Okay, I'm gonna try to move a bit faster. Sorry, I just saw everything disappear. But yeah, it looks like I didn't expect to magically have dinner, so yeah, I'll try to move my butt. Okay. The magically appearing food, as some might say. Like, faster, faster. Oh, by the way, Starry, since not sure if you're still here, but, you like my little canvas that I made? I finally added it, so, you know, I've been thinking about it for a little while. And I just kind of rushed and drew it, like, about an hour before the stream started, so. Yeah, I could probably make a better one sometime later, but yeah, I've been wanting a little canvas for my streams. You know, because I'm basically shoving my face in my tablet all the time, so I may as well just have something physical to show. Yeah, I tend to do that a lot. Yeah, I don't know if anyone else like tends to shove their face in their, you know, workspace, but you know, I do that. You know, that's one thing I'm more nervous about doing if I ever like get to doing traditional art streams, because I don't want to like dox myself on accident just because I keep like shoving my face into a piece of paper. Okay. Ha ha ha, I know that. Yeah. Yeah, I used to kind of do that with oil painting too, which, you know, with oil painting, there's a little bit of a risk with that. Like I know that oil painting isn't quite as dangerous as some people might say, but, you know, it's probably, you don't want to get paint in your face, so. You know, give your painting a good little lick. Ah, shoot. Sorry. Okay. There we go. Oh yeah, I get that. Yeah. Painting the hair. Yeah, painting the hair, you mean? Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely been a few paint disasters with because I used to be in a painting. I used to take like oil painting classes. And, like, yeah, some of these colors can definitely spread a lot. The charcoal was a very dirty thing too. Yep. Yeah, definitely. Charcoal, chalk pastels, probably a few other things. Like, maybe there's a little bit of a risk with the acrylic paint too, but, you know, since it doesn't, since acrylic paint dries faster, it doesn't really, spread as badly. Though the downside is that it doesn't really, or the one downside to that, though, is, nope, sorry. Okay, I need to, like, unclip this, and then, okay, sorry, I was just trying to get that done, and then I'll start brushing in some of the blue real quick. It makes it harder to clean. I should clean your clothes, I should say. Of course, it's still a bit hard with the oils, but, you know, you have a little more of a time frame for that. Okay. Alright. So, let's see real quick. Bong. Oops. Sorry, I keep making a sound effect when I put it to... I keep making a sound effect for the add glow mode, because, like a bright light turning on or something. Okay. Hold on. Okay, make this a clipping mask again. Then, turn this to a... Maybe this one can be add glow, and I'm just gonna... Maybe not add glow, but... How about overlay? Actually, maybe I should make this purple. I like it when things are shiny, but sometimes I take it too far. Yeah, okay, purple fits a lot better, but... Let me just... Okay. Okay, that might be good enough. Nice iridescent moment, yeah. Alright, and I'm gonna go ahead and copy and paste this real quick, and what I will do is go to Gaussian Blur. Just kind of there. And I'll put it under there, so... And lower the opacity of it. Okay. Alright, so... Oh, and I never saved this piece. Whoops. Yeah, would have sucked if there was a crash. Okay, hold on. Yeah, VO headshot, maybe. Yeah, I'll just name it headshot. Okay. His name is VO, by the way, for those who don't know. Not sure if I mentioned that. Okay, chewing on the last of my cough drop right there, so... Okay, hold on. So I'm gonna change the background color real quick. Okay, let's change the canvas size too. So, make it smaller. This should be good. Okay. Boop. Okay. Okay, and then I'll just, add a darker gradient near the bottom, so set this layer to multiply, and just kind of get the airbrush, and just kind of, that's kind of how I like to do that. And then I'll just lower the opacity, so there. Okay. So yeah. Yeah, I think I need to finish up now, so, you know, I have a sandwich right here, so I need to just go ahead and have my dinner. But yeah, so let me just save it then, and, you know, this is probably good enough anyway. But, yeah, thank you everyone for coming here. You know, thank you for... I know he's gone, but I'd like to thank Syntax for his, for the raid, and, yeah, let's just go ahead and start looking for a raid target, so... But yeah, thank you everyone for coming in today. Have a nice dinner. Yep, thank you. Okay. Yeah, but we need to find a raid target real quick, so, let's go ahead and raid, Neomile. So, you know, she's got a really cool art style. Bye-bye, Verdian. Yep, thank you. Bye-bye, Super. Okay, so let's raid. Yep, raid channel. Then try to spell her name right. Neomile. Okay, yeah, she's doing art too, so... Yeah, so, you know, I hope your guys' nights/days goes well. It's actually evening now for my end, but... You know, just a reminder that I stream every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, 1 p.m. on Tuesday and Friday for art streams. And then for, Wednesdays at 6 p.m. for gaming streams. Okay, but yeah, you know, hope you all enjoy your day, and, thank you for coming.
It'll just go. So I'm not gonna risk that bisque. I will welcome in, Raiders! Hi! Hello, ghosts! Welcome in! Hi, Raiders! If you got a raid run, don't worry. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your Friday and fantastic weekend. But hello, Verlian! How was stream? What were you doing? I love to hear about it. I hope you guys are doing well this fantastic Fernando Friday, as the song sings. But hello. Welcome in. Also, Raiders, if you don't know who I am, hi, hello, my name is Diamond Lee. I'm an online digital artist at Shabams and Shaboots, and I stream Tuesdays through Friday, always at 1:30 p.m. EST to around 6-7. I do art, I yap, I don't know, I guess I do give quite a lot of advice. I'm